A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. Just a moment ago, wealthy Rupert Barlow left Mary Noble's room in a New York hospital and strode down the hallway to the floor desk, where he met Mary's nurse, Miss Clark. And now he says,
Nurse, I want you to get hold of Dr. Allen for me and tell him I want to talk to him at once.
Oh, Dr. Allen has left for the day, Mr. Barlow. He won't be back.
Well, you must know where he can be reached, don't you?
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid not. I believe he was going to be out and didn't expect to return.
You mean to say that he can just leave his patients as casually as that? Doesn't the man have any sense of responsibility?
Is something wrong with Mrs. Noble? Oh, she seemed all right when I left her. She was resting quietly. I'd better hurry back to...
Now, wait a minute, nurse. There's no need to go rushing about making a lot of fuss. As far as I know, Mrs. Noble is no worse. But I want to get hold of Dr. Allen and have a talk with him at once.
But there's nothing I can do about it, Mr. Barlow. Dr. Allen has left his patients in charge of the staff doctors.
This is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of. What kind of a doctor is he, anyhow? Telling a person one thing one minute and something different the next. It's not a thing I'm in the habit of putting up with, as he'll find out. When you hear from him, have him call me at my apartment at once. Do you understand? At once.
I'll tell him, Mr. Barlow, but Dr. Allen is so rushed these days, I don't know if he'll have time to call.
He'd better have time. Just give him the message. That's all.
The nurse watches Rupert Barlow as he steps into the elevator and fades out of sight. And then she hurries to Mary Noble's room, where she says,
Mrs. Noble, has anything happened? Is there anything wrong?
Why, no, Miss Clark. I'm quite all right.
Oh, my goodness, you gave me such a scare. I thought surely you must have had an accident or something.
Why?
It was Mr. Barlow who gave me the idea. He came outside and seemed so terribly disturbed.
I'm sorry if he created a fuss. It's really all my fault.
I never saw him behave like that before. He's been so considerate and so very polite to everyone outside, and to have him suddenly change and practically blow my head off, I just don't understand.
I'm awfully sorry, Miss Clark. I shouldn't have said anything to him about the disappointment I felt this morning. And Dr. Allen let me see my face in the mirror.
Oh, but you're doing so very well, Mrs. Noble. You just have no idea how fortunate you are. I've nursed a good many cases of severe burns, and I can tell you most of them are far more stubborn than this one.
Yes, I'm sure that must be true, since both you and Dr. Allen have said so. But I couldn't help thinking that I'd be, well, so much better. I didn't expect my face to look as it did. That's why I gave myself away to Mr. Barlow.
I'm beginning to understand what happened now. He came storming out into the hall like a wild man. He was entirely different from his usual charming self. I thought something terrible must have happened.
Where did he go?
I don't know, Mrs. Noble. He left very suddenly. I suppose he was too upset to come back, and he probably didn't want you to be made uncomfortable. He insisted that he must see Dr. Allen at once. I tried to tell him that Dr. Allen won't be back until tomorrow. If anything should happen, he's given instructions to the staff. Of course, they could reach him if it was absolutely necessary.
Well, it isn't necessary on my account. I wish I hadn't said anything to him. It isn't fair to have other people burdened by my feelings.
Mr. Barlow thinks so much of you, Mrs. Noble. That's why he behaved that way. Poor man. I understand how it is.
I'm so glad my husband isn't here. At least he's been spared my outburst.
I'm sure no one could be more concerned for your welfare than Mr. Barlow. How it must hurt him to think of your suffering. It's rather wonderful when you stop to think about it.
I'll make very sure in the future not to say anything to worry him, Miss Clark. I didn't know he was coming here this afternoon. It was a complete surprise, and that's why I was off guard.
Oh, he wouldn't miss seeing you no matter how much trouble it was, and you'll never have to worry about anything from now on, Mrs. Noble. Not while you have Mr. Barlow to look out for you.
But I don't want him to feel that I'm his responsibility. It's the last thing in the world I want.
Well, you may find that it's very comforting to have him so close to you. After all, if it hadn't been for him and that nice Miss Marlowe, why, you'd have been very much alone with your husband clear at the other end of the country.
Mr. Noble is in Hollywood because I wanted him to go, Miss Clark.
Well, perhaps you did, Mrs. Noble, but at the same time, I can't help feeling that it would have been easier for you if he'd stayed here in New York.
Miss Clark, I'd rather you didn't criticize my husband, particularly since you don't understand the reasons for his being away. He's doing the best thing for both of us.
Well, sorry I said anything, Mrs. Noble. I know how very loyal you are. Of course, it's not my place to say what I think.
I hope Mr. Barlow isn't going to bother Dr. Allen. He's been extremely good to me. It isn't right to have anyone outside my own family interfering in this case.
But he only wants to make sure that everything is being done for you, Mrs. Noble. I understand perfectly how he feels, and I'm sure Dr. Allen will understand, too.
Just the same, I know my husband wouldn't like Mr. Barlow to take it upon himself to discuss my case with Dr. Allen. Everything is being done that can be done. And there's no reason for anyone to step in and try to take charge.
You must have frightened him very badly, Mrs. Noble. He must have thought that Dr. Allen had exaggerated your recovery.
I shouldn't have said anything about it.
Well, I hope you won't let your disappointment this morning worry you too much, because I'm sure there's no need for it. Of course you're not altogether well yet, but you just wait and see. You'll look lovelier than ever when it's all over.
It's nice of you to say that, Miss Clark.
I mean it. That poor Mr. Barlow. How it hurts him to think of anything happening to you.
I don't feel like talking about Mr. Barlow anymore, if you don't mind. I believe I'll read for a bit.
Oh, of course. Suppose I just turn the bed up a little and fix your pillows. Now, how's that better?
Very comfortable, Miss Clark, thanks.
Now then, I'll see about your supper tray, and if you're the least bit uncomfortable, be sure to ring.
I'll be quite all right. Thank you.
You'll feel better when you've had a little something to eat. Now, don't worry. I understand how it is.
And across the country in Hollywood, we find Larry Noble sitting at a table in a little restaurant overlooking the Pacific. Across from him is the pretty young actress Dora Dean, who works at the same picture studio where Larry is appearing in a film. And we hear...
Oh, I thought you'd like this place, Mr. Noble. I think it's the most wonderful view. Way up high, looking out at the ocean.
Yes, it's very nice, Dora. I'm glad you suggested coming here. After all the trouble you've taken helping me get a place to live, it's the least I can do in return.
But I love to do anything I can to help you, Mr. Noble. It's a real thrill for me to meet such a famous actor. I've always thought you were wonderful.
Oh, that's very flattering, my dear. But what makes you think I'm a good actor? Have you ever seen one of my plays?
No, I never had a chance. I've always been stuck out here on the coast.
I should think there were worse places. And after all, you're going to become a star in your own right someday.
I wish I believed that. I'm getting so discouraged.
At your age? Why, you have your whole life ahead of you, my dear.
What good is that? I'll never be famous like you. Oh, you don't know how I envy you, Mr. Noble. You have everything in the world, just simply everything.
Don't be too sure of that, Dora.
But you have. Your fame and your family, all your friends back in New York. I bet you miss them, don't you?
Yes, I miss them very much.
I don't see why you ever came out here at all. But I'm glad you did, because I'd probably never have met you if you hadn't.
I told you, Dora. I came out here because it's the quickest way to make some money. And that's what I need right now. That's why I'm moving tonight from that expensive hotel to the room you helped me find.
Gee, I'll bet your wife loves you very much. You're so unselfish, Mr. Noble.
Unselfish? Me?
Tell me about where you live, back home, I mean. Do you have a big penthouse way up in a skyscraper someplace?
Oh, no. Nothing like that. We have a very modest home out on Long Island. A place called Rosehaven.
But what do you do when you're working in a play?
Oh, I usually take the train back and forth. It's not too far. And I like it so much when I get home. It's well worth the trip.
Isn't it lonesome, though, when you get home so late?
Oh, no. Mary usually waits up for me. We almost always have something to eat. A glass of milk, a sandwich, or a piece of cake. We like to sit in the kitchen and talk over everything that's happened. Sort of catch up, you know.
That's the way I'd like it to be if I ever got married. Tell me, do you live near the water out there, Mr. Noble?
Oh, yes. It's just a short walk to Long Island Sound. There's a small club close by where I keep a sailboat.
Does your wife like to sail?
Yes, very much. And she's very good, Dora. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if she were a better sailor than I am. But she's too tactful to say so. Sundays when I'm home, I often get into the club races. And my son, Larry Jr., he's getting big enough so that he'll be pretty handy this year. I'm going to let him start crewing for me. We ought to make out pretty well, I guess.
Sounds swell, Mr. Noble. That's the way to live.
Say, what's the matter with me, anyhow? Talking on and on like this as though...
As though what?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Look here, Dora, it's getting late, and I think I ought to be getting you home. I've talked enough for one day. Too much, I'm afraid. I guess for a minute I'd almost forgotten how different everything's going to be.
Larry Noble picks up the check and gets up, suddenly overcome with the desolation of his longing for Mary and what he believes to be the end of their marriage. Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star. And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. Just a moment ago, wealthy Rupert Barlow left Mary Noble's room in a New York hospital and strode down the hallway to the floor desk, where he met Mary's nurse, Miss Clark. And now he says,
Nurse, I want you to get hold of Dr. Allen for me and tell him I want to talk to him at once.
Oh, Dr. Allen has left for the day, Mr. Barlow. He won't be back.
Well, you must know where he can be reached, don't you?
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid not. I believe he was going to be out and didn't expect to return.
Do you mean to say that he can just leave his patients as casually as that? Doesn't the man have any sense of responsibility?
Is something wrong with Mrs. Noble? Oh, she seemed all right when I left her. She was resting quietly. I'd better hurry back to...
Now, wait a minute, nurse. There's no need to go rushing about making a lot of fuss. As far as I know, Mrs. Noble is no worse. But I want to get hold of Dr. Allen and have a talk with him at once.
But there's nothing I can do about it, Mr. Barlow. Dr. Allen has left his patients in charge of the staff doctors.
Oh, this is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of. What kind of a doctor is he, anyhow? Telling a person one thing one minute and something different the next. It's not a thing I'm in the habit of putting up with, as he'll find out. When you hear from him, have him call me at my apartment at once. Do you understand? At once.
I'll tell him, Mr. Barlow, but Dr. Allen is so rushed these days, I don't know if he'll have time to call.
He'd better have time. Just give him the message. That's all.
The nurse watches Rupert Barlow as he steps into the elevator and fades out of sight. And then she hurries to Mary Noble's room, where she says,
Mrs. Noble, has anything happened? Is there anything wrong?
Why, no, Miss Clark. I'm quite all right.
Oh, my goodness, you gave me such a scare. I thought surely you must have had an accident or something.
Why?
It was Mr. Barlow who gave me the idea. He came outside and seemed so terribly disturbed.
I'm sorry if he created a fuss. It's really all my fault.
I never saw him behave like that before. He's been so considerate and so very polite to everyone outside, and to have him suddenly change and practically blow my head off, I just don't understand.
I'm awfully sorry, Miss Clark. I shouldn't have said anything to him about the disappointment I felt this morning. And Dr. Allen let me see my face in the mirror.
Oh, but you're doing so very well, Mrs. Noble. You just have no idea how fortunate you are. I've nursed a good many cases of severe burns, and I can tell you most of them are far more stubborn than this one.
Yes, I'm sure that must be true, since both you and Dr. Allen have said so. But I couldn't help thinking that I'd be, well, so much better. I didn't expect my face to look as it did. That's why I gave myself away to Mr. Barlow.
I'm beginning to understand what happened now. He came storming out into the hall like a wild man. He was entirely different from his usual charming self. I thought something terrible must have happened.
Where did he go?
I don't know, Mrs. Noble. He left very suddenly. I suppose he was too upset to come back, and he probably didn't want you to be made uncomfortable. He insisted that he must see Dr. Allen at once. I tried to tell him that Dr. Allen won't be back until tomorrow. If anything should happen, he's given instructions to the staff. Of course, they could reach him if it was absolutely necessary.
Well, it isn't necessary on my account. I wish I hadn't said anything to him. It isn't fair to have other people burdened by my feelings.
Mr. Barlow thinks so much of you, Mrs. Noble. That's why he behaved that way. Poor man. I understand how it is.
I'm so glad my husband isn't here. At least he's been spared my outburst.
I'm sure no one could be more concerned for your welfare than Mr. Barlow. How it must hurt him to think of your suffering. It's rather wonderful when you stop to think about it.
I'll make very sure in the future not to say anything to worry him, Miss Clark. I didn't know he was coming here this afternoon. It was a complete surprise, and that's why I was off guard.
Oh, he wouldn't miss seeing you no matter how much trouble it was, and you'll never have to worry about anything from now on, Mrs. Noble. Not while you have Mr. Barlow to look out for you.
But I don't want him to feel that I'm his responsibility. It's the last thing in the world I want.
Well, you may find that it's very comforting to have him so close to you. After all, if it hadn't been for him and that nice Miss Marlowe, why, you'd have been very much alone with your husband clear at the other end of the country.
Mr. Noble is in Hollywood because I wanted him to go, Miss Clark.
Well, perhaps you did, Mrs. Noble, but at the same time, I can't help feeling that it would have been easier for you if he'd stayed here in New York.
Miss Clark, I'd rather you didn't criticize my husband. Particularly since you don't understand the reasons for his being away. He's doing the best thing for both of us.
Well, sorry I said anything, Mrs. Noble. I know how very loyal you are. Of course, it's not my place to say what I think.
I hope Mr. Barlow isn't going to bother Dr. Allen. He's been extremely good to me. It isn't right to have anyone outside my own family interfering in this case.
But he only wants to make sure that everything is being done for you, Mrs. Noble. I understand perfectly how he feels, and I'm sure Dr. Allen will understand, too.
Just the same, I know my husband wouldn't like Mr. Barlow to take it upon himself to discuss my case with Dr. Allen. Everything is being done that can be done. And there's no reason for anyone to step in and try to take charge.
You must have frightened him very badly, Mrs. Noble. He must have thought that Dr. Allen had exaggerated your recovery.
I shouldn't have said anything about it.
Well, I hope you won't let your disappointment this morning worry you too much, because I'm sure there's no need for it. Of course you're not altogether well yet, but you just wait and see. You'll look lovelier than ever when it's all over.
It's nice of you to say that, Miss Clark.
I mean it. That poor Mr. Barlow. How it hurts him to think of anything happening to you.
I don't feel like talking about Mr. Barlow anymore, if you don't mind. I believe I'll read for a bit.
Oh, of course. Suppose I just turn the bed up a little and fix your pillows. Now, how's that better?
Very comfortable, Miss Clark, thanks.
Now then, I'll see about your supper tray, and if you're the least bit uncomfortable, be sure to ring.
I'll be quite all right. Thank you.
You'll feel better when you've had a little something to eat. Now, don't worry. I understand how it is.
And across the country in Hollywood, we find Larry Noble sitting at a table in a little restaurant overlooking the Pacific. Across from him is the pretty young actress Dora Dean, who works at the same picture studio where Larry is appearing in a film. And we hear...
Oh, I thought you'd like this place, Mr. Noble. I think it's the most wonderful view. Way up high, looking out at the ocean.
Yes, it's very nice, Dora. I'm glad you suggested coming here. After all the trouble you've taken helping me get a place to live, it's the least I can do in return.
But I love to do anything I can to help you, Mr. Noble. It's a real thrill for me to meet such a famous actor. I've always thought you were wonderful.
Oh, that's very flattering, my dear. But what makes you think I'm a good actor? Have you ever seen one of my plays?
No, I never had a chance. I've always been stuck out here on the coast.
I should think there were worse places. And after all, you're going to become a star in your own right someday.
I wish I believed that. I'm getting so discouraged.
At your age? Why, you have your whole life ahead of you, my dear.
What good is that? I'll never be famous like you. Oh, you don't know how I envy you, Mr. Noble. You have everything in the world, just simply everything.
Don't be too sure of that, Dora.
But you have. Your fame and your family, all your friends back in New York. I bet you miss them, don't you?
Yes, I miss them very much.
I don't see why you ever came out here at all. But I'm glad you did, because I'd probably never have met you if you hadn't.
I told you, Dora. I came out here because it's the quickest way to make some money. And that's what I need right now. That's why I'm moving tonight from that expensive hotel to the room you helped me find.
Gee, I'll bet your wife loves you very much. You're so unselfish, Mr. Noble.
Unselfish? Me?
Tell me about where you live, back home, I mean. You have a big penthouse way up in a skyscraper someplace?
Oh, no. Nothing like that. We have a very modest home out on Long Island. A place called Rosehaven.
But what do you do when you're working in a play?
Oh, I usually take the train back and forth. It's not too far. And I like it so much when I get home. It's well worth the trip.
Isn't it lonesome, though, when you get home so late?
Oh, no. Mary usually waits up for me. We almost always have something to eat. A glass of milk, a sandwich, or a piece of cake. We like to sit in the kitchen and talk over everything that's happened. Sort of catch up, you know.
That's the way I'd like it to be if I ever got married. Tell me, do you live near the water out there, Mr. Noble?
Oh, yes. It's just a short walk to Long Island Sound. There's a small club close by where I keep a sailboat.
Does your wife like to sail?
Yes, very much. And she's very good, Dora. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if she were a better sailor than I am. But she's too tactful to say so. Sundays when I'm home, I often get into the club races. And my son, Larry Jr., he's getting big enough so that he'll be pretty handy this year. I'm going to let him start crewing for me. We ought to make out pretty well, I guess.
Sounds swell, Mr. Noble. That's the way to live.
Say, what's the matter with me, anyhow? Talking on and on like this as though...
As though what?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Look here, Dora, it's getting late night. I think I ought to be getting you home. I've talked enough for one day. Too much, I'm afraid. I guess for a minute I'd almost forgotten how different everything's going to be.
Larry Noble picks up the check and gets up, suddenly overcome with the desolation of his longing for Mary and what he believes to be the end of their marriage. Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair brings you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. For many teachers throughout the country, the past week marked the beginning of a new semester. And for our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, it was quite a busy time.
Thanks to our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin, it was even busier for me than for the rest of the faculty. For in addition to my school duties, he had me typing reports at home in the evenings. All week long, I didn't have a moment to myself. And worse than that, I didn't have a moment to Mr. Boynton. Friday morning at breakfast, I couldn't help bending my landlady's sympathetic ear. So you see, Mrs. Davis, not only have I spent the past 4 nights working for nothing, but I haven't been able to spend any time with Mr. Boynton.
That's a shame, Connie. But why did you take on all that extra work? You told me yourself you volunteered to do it for Mr. Conklin.
Of course I volunteered. I'm too young to face a firing squad. But it's not the work I mind. There's something else that bothers me.
Now, look, Connie, I know that Mr. Boynton is tall, dark, handsome, charming.
That's what bothers me. It's where he's been while I've been busy.
Mr. Boynton? Why, he's probably been at home every night, twiddling his thumbs.
You're wrong, Mrs. Davis. He's been at Miss Enright's 3 nights in a row. And for all I know, he's been twiddling her thumbs.
I don't think you have to worry about Miss Enright, Connie. She may be a capable English teacher, but when it comes to looks, she's no competition.
I don't know about that. She's quite an attractive person these days. These foggy days, that is. Well, I appreciate this pep talk, Mrs. Davis, but I'd better get ready to leave. Walter Denton said he'd pick me up early.
Good, Connie. That'll give you a chance to plan your counterattack. If you really believe that the enemy has secured a foothold in your territory, you've got to get busy and storm the heights.
You're so right. Boynton Heights, here I come. I'm glad you were prompt this morning, Walter. There's something I want to attend to before my first class.
I know, and I hope he's in his biology lab when he gets there. Look, I don't mean to pry into your personal life.
Good, let's keep it that way.
Well, I couldn't help noticing how little you and Mr. Boynton have seen of each other during the past week.
Now, listen,
Walter.
I
know it's because of all the extra work you've had to do. Well, even Harriet Conklin, our principal's own daughter, told me she thought he's been driving you like a horse.
Oh, I don't know. I always whinny while I work.
And you've noticed something else, too. Miss Enright hasn't let any grass grow under her feet.
Please, Walter, Miss Enright's gardening problems don't interest me.
You know what I mean, Miss Brooks. She's had dates with Mr. Boynton one night after another.
Walter, I know you're fond of me and mean to be helpful. But if this intensely personal conversation doesn't stop, I'll get out and walk to school.
Oh, gosh, Miss Brooks, I didn't mean to intrude on your privacy, but it just happens that I have a wonderful plan to get Mr. Boynton out of Miss Enright's clutches once and for all. You want to hear it, Miss Brooks?
How can I help it? I'm not going to get out and walk to school.
Now you're talking. Oh, the scheme is very simple. We just fight fire with fire. For the past 3 nights, Mr. Boynton has had dinner at Miss Enright's place. Everybody knows that.
What does she live in, the television studio?
Look, she'll stop the flow.
Sorry.
Obviously, Mr. Boynton keeps coming back there because he gets some good food and the price is right. Hence, the old saying is proved again, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Well, that may be one of the better routes, Walter, but how do we interrupt Miss Enright's regularly scheduled trips?
That's where the fighting fire with fire comes in.
Please, Walter, burning down a fellow teacher is arson.
No, you don't burn her down. You simply tap the same source that she uses for tempting recipes. Then you invite Mr. Boynton to your lair, your place.
Well, what is her source of recipes?
Miss Dugan's domestic science class. The girl's learning to cook at the best recipes you've ever seen.
And Miss Enright borrows them?
Sure. After school, she takes them right off the bulletin board in Miss Dugan's room. And they print new ones every day. And Harriet tells me they're so simply written that a sub-moron could follow the instructions.
Thanks, Walter.
I didn't mean it that way, Miss Brooks. But I know you haven't had much experience cooking, and
You're right, Walter. Mrs. Davis does all our cooking.
Oh, Harriet's going to meet us at school this morning and take you into the domestic science class for a little brush-up. And then you invite Mr. Boynton to dinner tonight and let nature take its course. Oh, here we are. You get out, Miss Brooks, and I'll find a place to park.
All right, Walter. Oh, I keep forgetting. You've got tin slats where the doors should be. Give me a hand, will you?
Oh, sure, Miss Brooks. There you go. Oh, the corrugated tin looks nice instead of doors, doesn't it? I got the idea from the new Hudson.
The new Hudson?
Yeah. This is the car you step down out of. Oh, there's Harriet.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Walter.
Hi, Harriet. Take our charge in tow. I'll just be a couple of minutes.
Okay, Walter. See you later. Come on, Miss Brooks. Let's go in.
All right, Harriet. You seem to be the doctor.
You just leave this thing to us, Miss Brooks. We'll have that certain part eating out of your hand in no time.
If I break any more dishes at home, he'll have to.
Now, here's our plan, Miss Brooks. Mr. Boynton's favorite dish is Boston stew.
Boston stew? How do you know?
Miss Enright pumped him for it yesterday.
Seems like a lot of trouble to go to.
Now, Miss Enright suggests Miss Dugan is going to get the best possible recipe for Boston stew and put it on the bulletin board sometime today.
Then Miss Enright will stop by. Excuse me, Harriet. I think I'll drop into the domestic science room for a minute.
I knew you'd catch on. I've got to stop by Daddy's office, but I'll join you in a little while. We've still got some time to brush you up on some fundamentals.
All right, Harriet.
Well, if it isn't Miss Brooks.
Miss Enright.
What brings you to the domestic science room, darling?
Oh, I've always been domestic. Only nowadays you've got to make a science out of it.
Well, if I've said it once, I've said it a dozen times. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
By now, that should seem like the old ox road to you.
I suppose you're referring to my constant dinner companion of the past week.
Yes, I am. While I was home alone working overtime, you were home with Mr. Boynton working overtime. And I don't think it's fair, Miss Enright.
Oh, it's fair in love and war, darling.
You're just loaded with goodies today, aren't you?
After all, if Mr. Boynton likes good food prepared with loving care, who's to prevent him from getting it?
If I may borrow one of your best used cliches, two can play at that game. I'm going to prepare a dinner for Mr. Boynton that he'll never forget.
You? Oh, darling, you're not the type. Think of the time and money you spend in a beauty parlor to make yourself fairly presentable. A steaming kitchen would play havoc with your fragile charm.
You don't say. Well, for your information, Miss Enright, food can be cooked just as well on a pretty modern range as it can on an old pot-bellied stove.
Are you inferring?
Yes,
the girdle fits, wear it.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. No other dentifrice offers proof of such results. Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. 2 years' research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgate right after eating, Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgate as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel. Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care. Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay before it starts. Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, when lunch period came, I hastened toward the school cafeteria to invite Mr. Boynton over for dinner. As I passed the principal's office, however, the door opened and I heard Mr. Conklin murmur, "Halt!"
Step into my office a moment, Miss Brooks.
Aye, aye, sir.
Sit down, please.
Thank you.
Since this is your lunch hour, I'll be brief. I just want to tell you that I appreciate your getting out that typing during this past week.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Conklin. Well, see you later.
One moment, please. The spirit with which we tackled a difficult task was most admirable. In fact, as I watched your fingers flying over the keys, putting in carbon paper, second sheets, making erasures, oiling and cleaning the machine, then washing up and starting all over again, I realized that to me this wasn't work at all.
To you it wasn't.
No, indeed. It was actually, fun. Now, there's another report I must have typed, about 30 pages.
30 pages?
Yes. One long evening will do it.
Oh, good for her. Those Chinese secretaries are really marvelous. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Miss Brooks, I'll be over at your home about 7 tonight.
Mr. Conklin, don't you think you've been a little partial to me lately?
Partial?
With these honorary jobs, I mean. You know how carefully we teachers try to avoid making pets out of any students, and, well, you've got to be doubly careful in your high office not to pet any teachers. I mean, Look, I'd like to make a suggestion.
Mine is an ever-open mind, Miss Brooks.
I know. Why don't you give some other teacher the opportunity of working with you tonight?
Who, for instance?
Well, it's not my place to mention names, but I'm sure Miss Enright would love the opportunity.
Miss Enright, eh? She is a competent sort of an individual. Even more competent than some I've used. Yes. I think I'll ask her about it right now.
Oh, don't ask her now, Mr. Conklin. Surprise her. Just drop over to her place tonight with the work under your arm.
But how can I be sure she'll be at home?
She'll be at home, all right. If you'll just get there at 7 o'clock sharp, Mr. Conklin, I can promise you'll find Miss Enright cooking, with and without gas. It's nice to be having lunch together again, isn't it, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, it's more than nice, Miss Brooks.
It is?
Certainly is. This goulash is terrific.
That's all right for cafeteria food, I guess, but there's nothing like a home-cooked meal. Don't you think so?
Oh, I sure do. I've been very fortunate that way during this past week. I've had a couple of home-cooked meals.
You've had 3, but who counts? What I'm so subtly suggesting, Mr. Boynton, is that you have dinner at my place tonight. For a change.
Your place?
Yes, I thought I'd prepare dinner for two. Perhaps some special recipe you're fond of?
I wish you'd asked me sooner, Miss Brooks. I promised to have dinner with Miss Enright tonight.
Not again?
Yeah, not again.
Whoa! Walter, how long have you been eavesdropping behind that history book?
Oh, I haven't heard a thing, Miss Brooks. I was just thinking about what to go and get at the steam table.
Well, you're excused any time, Walter.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Boynton. But all I can say is anybody that'd eat dinner with Miss Enright instead of a certain other English teacher must have some of his marbles missing.
Walter!
I can't understand his attitude.
Oh, I guess he just doesn't like Miss Enright.
I can understand his attitude. Look, Mr. Boynton, I happen to know that Miss Enright will be extremely busy this evening. Mr. Conklin's bringing her a report to type.
Mr. Conklin, are you sure?
It was the least he could do. But don't worry about your dinner engagement, Mr. Boynton. All you have to do is transfer your appetite to my table.
Well, if Miss Enright is going to be busy, I guess I could accept your invitation. Got to eat somewhere.
You're too gracious. Is it a date?
Oh, it's a date. But, Miss Brooks, did I understand you to say you were going to cook the dinner?
Certainly.
Well, that's strange. I never thought you knew anything about cooking.
Oh, you'd be surprised. I know some very strange things about cooking.
Hi, Walter. What brings you to the domestic science room?
You'll see, Harriet. I'm glad the others have all gone. And there. It's up.
What is it, Walter? What did you put on the class bulletin board?
It's a recipe for Boston stew. I printed it myself.
You printed it?
Sure. I got the idea when I heard Mr. Boynton say he was having dinner with Miss Enright tonight.
But, Walter, you don't know anything about Boston stew. What ingredients did you use in the recipe?
Believe me, Harriet, what I printed in this recipe would be banned in Boston.
Golly, it's not poisonous, is it?
Of course not. Just pleasantly sickening. Now, we better get out of here before old Enright comes in. Boy, this will teach her to try and take up all Mr. Boynton's time just because Miss Brooks is busy working.
Miss Dugan! Oh, Miss Dugan! Oh, I guess everybody's gone home. Uh-oh. What's this on the bulletin board? Recipe for Boston stew. Now, that's what I call a coincidence. Come to Connie, baby. Mr. Boynton should be here soon, Mrs. Davis. How is the Boston stew coming along?
All right, Connie, but there's so many strange ingredients. I must have 15 things cooking in 4 different pots. How does it look to you?
Well, frankly, Mrs. Davis, it looks like the stuff they pulled the big moe out of. But it must be a good recipe, or it wouldn't have been tacked on the bulletin board. Now, then, did you saute the codfish balls in beef gravy and baste the frankfurters with molasses?
I did, Connie.
And did you stuff the olives with shredded wheat before frying them?
Yes. And now I'm just bringing the horseradish and turnip greens to a slow boil here.
Good. And now we come to the main part of the recipe. Wait a minute, I'll read it for you. Under a low flame, gently stir codfish balls in shallow pan while adding 1 cup popcorn. Add bay leaves and wintergreen lifesavers. Then fold in 3 cups peanut brittle. Garnish with diced carrots and allow to simmer in 1 bottle of warm Coca-Cola.
Well, every man to his own taste, I suppose.
Oh, it was very nice of you to help me with this cooking, Mrs. Davis. But remember now, it's our secret.
Of course, dear. As far as Mr. Boynton is concerned, your loving hands alone prepared this masterpiece. Now, I'll just take my coat and be running along, Connie. I'm having dinner at my brother Victor's house.
You told me that before, Mrs. Davis. What time are you due at Victor's?
6 o'clock. What time is it now, Connie?
6:30.
Then I better hurry. I wouldn't want to be late. It's Victor's birthday today, you know.
You told me that before, too.
Really? I am getting absent-minded. Now, where did I put his present? Oh, here it is on the cupboard shelf. 6 nice golf balls. See?
Yes, they're very pretty. Wait a minute, Mrs. Davis. There are only 5 golf balls here.
Oh, that's all right. Victor never plays golf anyway. Well, I'll be going now, dear. Just let the Boston stew simmer for another few minutes and then turn off the gas.
I may not have to turn off the gas. This stuff looks strong enough to blow it out.
Oh, that must be Mr. Boynton now. I'll just slip out this back door and be on my way. Lots of luck with the dinner, dear.
Thanks again, Mrs. Davis. Wish your brother a happy birthday for me.
I will. Good night.
Good evening, Miss Brooks.
Welcome, Mr. Boynton. Let me put your umbrella in the closet.
This is Miss Enright.
Sorry. They both have the same tight frame. Come in, I suppose.
Thank you, darling.
Give me your coat, Mr. Boynton. I'll hang it up for you.
Oh, thank you.
Here's my coat, dear.
Just throw it over that chair.
Your hospitality is overwhelming.
You see, Miss Brooks, I took the liberty of bringing Miss Enright along for dinner because we did have a prior date, and she didn't have anything else to do.
But what about...
Mr. Conklin? Well, fortunately, he phoned me about that typing assignment you arranged for me. But I told him that as much as I'd love to help him, I couldn't because of my sore finger.
What sore finger?
The one that got better as soon as I phoned Mr. Boynton. But now that we're here, I don't see why we can't have a fairly jolly dinner party.
Oh, I'll bet you've got a swell dinner ready. What's that I smell? Is it coming from the kitchen?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was running from the kitchen. I guess I'll have to set another place at the table.
Don't you lift a finger, darling. I'll set my own place and pitch right in like a good little sport. We girls have to stick together, you know.
I'm stuck with you, all right.
Well, I'm going into the kitchen, if I may, and help carry things out when they're ready.
All right, Mr. Boynton. Oh, I'll answer the door. You just go on back to the kitchen.
Oh, don't worry about me, Miss Brooks. I'm pretty handy around the house.
Yeah, the wrong house. Walter.
Hi, Miss Brooks. I knew you were going to be all alone tonight, so I got permission from my folks to eat with you. Can I come in?
Why not? Although about my being alone...
I've got a story to tell you that'll really cheer you up.
I can use it. Come into the dining room, Walter. We're about ready to start.
Oh, swell. Of course, I've got a date with Harriet tonight, so I'll have to go right after dinner. But I want you to hear the rib I pulled this afternoon.
Well, if it isn't one of my favorite pupils, how are you, Walter?
Miss Enright, but
Well, didn't you expect me either? We're all being surprised tonight, aren't we?
Well, I put everything in this big platter, Miss Brooks. Oh, hello, Walter.
Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton. What are you doing here?
I was invited.
So was Walter. We're all invited. Now, let's sit down and get this over with. Start eating, shall we?
Fine. I'll be the papa bear and do the serving. Well, here's yours, Miss Enright.
Thank you, I think.
Here's your dish, Miss Brooks.
Thank you.
Now you, Walter.
Oh, boy, I'm starved.
Well, go on and eat, my boy. This is food that's fit for a king.
Yeah, I'll try one of these round things first. This is kind of slippery.
Look out, Walter, it's rolling off your plate.
Where'd it go? I caught it on the fourth bound. Here you are.
Say, this is a pretty strange kind of food. It says Spalding Crowflight on it.
Spalding Crowflight?
Don't give it another thought. Victor never plays golf anyway.
Just what kind kind of a dish is this, Miss Brooks?
Oh, can't you tell? This is Boston stew.
Well, sure, anybody knows that. You can tell at a glance that this is good old Boston stew.
So that's why the recipe wasn't on the bulletin board in the domestic science room. You took it, Miss Brooks.
Why not? First come, first served, I always say. Now, let's dig in, shall we?
But, Miss Brooks...
You better start eating, Walter. Remember what you told me. You've got to go right after dinner.
I know, but this isn't the way I want to go. I gotta talk to you privately for a minute. Come on into the kitchen. Hey, excuse us, folks.
Just continue eating, won't you? I'll be back as soon as I see what's wrong with Walter. What is it, Walter? What's the trouble?
That recipe for Boston stew. That didn't come from the domestic science teacher. I printed that myself.
You?
Sure. That was the rib I started to tell you about. I thought Mr. Boynton was going to have dinner with Miss Enright, so I wanted to fix her wagon. I just put down everything I could think of in that recipe.
Oh, this is terrible. I've got to stop them.
Yeah, you better. I want to take a powder out the back way. If Miss Enright finds out about this, she'll kill me.
And if she doesn't, it's my turn tomorrow. Listen, folks, don't touch the... Where's Miss Enright?
The strangest thing happened, Miss Brooks. She took one spoonful of the stew and got the most peculiar look on her face. And then she excused herself and ran out the front door. I don't know what got into her.
I do. Mr. Boynton, please...
She never acted that rudely before. I can't understand.
Oh, never mind that now. I hope you didn't taste that stew.
Taste it? Well, I've eaten 2 plates of it. Oh, it's delicious, Miss Brooks. Well, I feel warm all over. Just goes to prove the old saying, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Mr. Boynton, with 2 plates of that stew in there, the super chief couldn't get through.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight. Show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Dumont's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Mr. Boynton was so grateful for the Boston stew, he could hardly wait till the dishes were finished before inviting me to a movie. But as we headed for the closet to get our coats, the front door opened and a familiar voice murmured, "Hey!"
Mr. Conklin.
Oh, hello, Boynton. Well, Miss Brooks, since Miss Enright has a bruised finger tonight, I brought over this 30-page report, and I'm going to let you type it.
Thanks a million.
Gosh, Mr. Conklin, we were planning to see a movie.
Well, you'll have to go alone, Boynton. This is business.
Awfully sorry, Miss Brooks. I'll go get my coat out of the closet.
All right, Mr. Boynton. Mr. Conklin, can't this typing be postponed?
I'm afraid not. This is so important, I even skipped my dinner so that we could buckle right down to work. By the way, while we're working, I could use a little snack. Do you have anything around that I could eat?
Eat? Yes. I have just the thing for you, Mr. Conklin. Mr. Boynton.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Stick around. I'll be with you in a minute.
Tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Mary Jane Croft.
For a beauty bath that brings you glamour from head to toe, get bath-size Palmolive soap.
Yes, ladies, for a velvet smooth beauty lather that caresses your skin, leaves your whole body glowing with the warm blush of fragrant loveliness, enjoy a beauty bath with bath-size Palmolive. It's perfect for your tub or shower. Just the gentlest massage over your body creates a glorious lather that leaves your skin delightful.
Yes, for the most luxurious bath you've ever had, get big bath-size Palmolive soap.
At this time, the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company salutes the American Dental Association, sponsors of National Children's Dental Health Day tomorrow, February 6th. Colgate Dental Cream is proud to have contributed vital research in the fight against tooth decay. The American Dental Association recommends these 3 important steps in helping eliminate tooth decay. 1, regular visits to your dentist. 2, proper diet. 3, brush teeth immediately after eating. Colgate-Palmolive Peat joins America's 75,000 dentists in urging that you begin now to instruct your children in this important dental care. Help guarantee healthier, sounder citizens for the future.
Be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 903, Rod.
903, Red.
Well, sir, there'll be no more hair jokes on the air after tonight. I know that.
Just wait a minute. I got a bone to pick with you, Red.
Oh, good. Any meat on it? Well, that went over with us still of the night, didn't it? Nothing like good material. I wish we had some.
You're right, Red, and I think we should have let that joke in that went over so good in rehearsal.
Oh, you mean the one where I say, well, here it is, October, the frost is on the pumpkin?
Yeah, and I said, and the corn is in the script?
Yeah.
Well, why did you delete it?
Well, I'm caught with my alibi down, truthfully.
Sure, I know why. You're afraid I'd get a laugh.
Oh, now, I wish you hadn't said that.
Why?
Because it's the truth.
Well, comedians on other shows let their announcers get laughs.
Yeah, and look what's happening. NBC's up to their commercials and comedians. Have you noticed what's happened to radio lately? Band leaders, singers, announcers, they all get laughs one week, and the next week they've got their own shows. Did you hear Fred Allen on Sunday? Now he's bringing in commentators, Lowell Thomas and H.B. Kaltenborn, telling jokes. It's good for them, but it's bad for the comedian. And everybody gets laughing. What does the comedian get? I mean, besides money. Did you hear that Dennis Day program?
Yeah, and he mentioned your name.
Sure, the little traitor. When I first met him, he was just a singer. Now look at him. He's telling jokes. That audience laughed harder at him than one comedian laughs at another comedian when he's told that a comedian just died.
But, Red, the world wants to laugh.
Well, sure, it'd be all right if they leave it go there. But now the sponsors are looking for a guy that can sing, read the commercials, tell jokes, and fit into the advertising campaign.
Dennis Day fits into the advertising campaign?
For Colgate, yes. What other toothpaste program has their own dentist? I've seen it coming for years. I knew it was going to happen.
Oh, don't be like that. You make a good living, and where there's life, there's hope.
Yeah, that's got me worried, too. Where there's hope, they don't need Skelton. You're just mad because you didn't get tickets to go into his show.
Well, I wouldn't worry if I were you. You can always go back to vaudeville.
You mean me do that old act with Edna where I sing She's Only a Bird in a Gilded Cage and then she does a fan dance?
Why not?
Well, Edna had a little misfortune. The OPA froze her feathers. She's now doing a peekaboo dance with Venetian blinds.
A peekaboo dance?
Yeah, a peekaboo dance. The audience peeks, then boos, you know. No, I tell you, comedians will think of something.
Well, you know what I think you comics have one way out?
What?
Get funny jokes and new ones.
Well, that's the easy way out, isn't it? We can't tell new jokes. Why, the jokes we comics have been using on the air for years, the audience is just getting. It's the radio comedians that's keeping this country on its feet. Every time we tell an old joke, I can just hear thousands of people yell, "Get up, shut that thing off, will you?" Well, I'll tell you, if the audience is going to be fickle and they want talent with their jokes, I'll go back to the job I came out here to California to do.
Oh, you can't do that, Red.
You mean the grape picking season's over?
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Scientific tests of America's 6 leading brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 doctors, including throat specialists, have proved conclusively. No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than Rollies. So smokers enjoy the new, smoother, better-tasting Rollies. Rollies are right. Right for taste, right for throat. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
903, Anita.
903, Red.
Anita Ellis will now sing a song which she just recorded. Either it's love or it isn't.
Either it's love or it isn't. There's no compromise. Either it's real or it isn't. There's no other way. Don't want your arms, don't want your lips. If your heart isn't mine to the core, take them away. Come back the day you've learned what a heart is for. Either you're true or you aren't. There's no in between. If you've been lied to by someone, you'll know what I mean. It took much too many romances be wise. Either it's love or it isn't. There's no compromise. It took much too many romances to teach this fool to be wise. Either it's love or it isn't. There's no
satire tonight is about the meat shortage, and it's entitled, If You Have a Beef, Don't Air It, Roast It. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, you better pay your insurance up, because you ain't going to last long. Chapter 11 is entitled The Pig Farm. A lot of people think that the farmer who sells his product during these times is getting rich. They believe that a pig on the hoof is money in the bank, but not to Clem Cadiddlehopper. He don't believe in piggy banks. Well, here I am. Each his own, Yes, sir, boy, I'm as crisp as a cracker. Yes, it's Clemmy, too. Boy, it sure is hot today. Just saw my pet squirrel running around with his fur coat unbuttoned. Well, I better put on my hip boots and go down and feed the pigs. I gotta wear them so I won't dirty up the pig pen, you know. Better count my pigs. Somebody tried to steal one of my prize hogs last night. Now, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I had to go fast there. 3 of my fingers are stuck together with my lances. Yeah, it's all the higher I can count today. I lost my thumb last week eating celery. Oh, darn it, I brought the bucket, but I forgot the food. I'm getting to be as helpless as the second lead in a Jane Russell picture. Well, here comes Sarah doing that old 1900 car of hers. Wonder why she don't paint that thing and take the bumpers off of it, make it look like a new one.
Howdy, Clem.
Well, Sarah do, howdy doody to you, too.
How do you feel, Clem? You look sick.
Well, I ought to. You just slammed that door on my nose.
Well, you don't have to talk sassy to me just because I slammed the door on a little old thing like your nose.
My nose ain't little. Or it wasn't before you slammed the door on it. Well, I can't stand here and be fussing with you. I've got to go out and finish feeding the pigs here.
You sure have fine livestock, Clem.
Yeah, I know I know.
Now, how did you do at the county fair with them?
Cleaned up. I won 4 events.
Well, that's funny. I only count 3 of your pigs with blue ribbon.
Well, I only wear mine when I'm dressed up.
Oh, Clem, I'm so hungry for some meat.
Yeah.
You know, if you love me, you'd cut off a ham off of one of them there pigs and give it to me.
Can't make money that way, kiddo.
You're getting awfully uppity lately. Clem, what's turned your head?
Why, is it on backwards again?
Oh, you just don't like me,
Yes,
Clem.
I do now. I love you for what you are.
Well, then what am I?
I don't know.
Clem, where were you when the brains were passed out?
Same where you was when you tried to read that just now.
Well, I'd sure like to taste some nice bacon again.
Well, before you go home, I'll give you a yard of pork.
A yard of pork?
Yeah, 3 pigs feed. That was a fasty with a slow response, wasn't it, huh? What's he doing over here so early?
Well, I just thought I'd help you take your pigs to the packing house.
Uh-huh.
Oh, are you still trading with the Tommy Dugan brothers?
No, I think that packing house is selling at a black market.
Well, whatever gave you that idea?
Well, he paid me with 5 $10 bills, and each one, the Alexander Hamilton was hiding his face in his hand.
Well, what else makes you think he's not according to OPA?
Well, I know he's selling at black market because he does all of his business on the roof.
Up on the roof? You mean?
Exactly, above ceiling.
Oh, Clem, he sounds like a crook to me.
He is. He's so crooked he could hide behind a corkscrew without throwing a shadow.
Where did you ever meet such a person?
Behind a corkscrew.
Well, if he is a black marketeer, then he's got gangsters working for him, and then they might hurt you.
Oh, they don't scare me, them people. I was in the Army. I talked back to a PFC once.
Well, we better feed your pig.
Yeah, I just remembered. Not today. I only feed them every other day.
Well, why?
Well, I gotta eat sometime myself, you know.
Oh, Clem, here comes someone in a new car.
Yep. Uh-oh. It's that Tommy Dugan gang from that packing house. There's somebody with him, too. Uh-oh. Howdy.
I came out to see why you didn't make a delivery this morning. We got to have pigs for the market.
Well, why don't you butcher each other? You're making hogs out of yourself. You black marketeers, you.
Shall I smack him down?
You just try it and you'll get a surprise. Now, ain't you surprised how easy it was?
Don't beat him up, killer. I'll talk to the goon.
Now, look, if you're trying to knock me silly, you're just wasting your time now.
Look, Periscope Head. I want you to pay attention to what I say and think. What caused this sudden change?
Well, I've decided I'll sell my meat where the customers can buy it over the counter instead of that cramped-up position underneath it.
Look, don't be a sucker. This is 1946, and you got to get it while the getting's good.
You know, when you talk like that, you sort of tarnish my discharge button.
That's a very pretty speech. Yes, but if you're smart, you'll make your pile now.
Oh.
You know money doesn't grow on trees.
If it did, you'd probably be up in one. Still peeking through the leaves up there or something.
But suppose something should happen to your pigs.
Yeah, like they accidentally got poisoned.
Oh, well, you never get away with that. I always taste the food before I feed it to them.
We got ways of handling stupid people like you.
Well, who's stupid?
You are.
You come down here and say that, will you?
Hey, you stop hitting him.
Yeah.
Well, to slow down your production, I think we'll just knock off a couple of your prize boards.
Oh, here now, where are you going? Get out of that pig pen.
Careful, he's got a gun.
Come out of that pig pen. Here, what do you do? Here now.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Sarah, do call all the neighbors. I want them over here at once. Well, friends, I want to thank you, fellow Americans, for getting rid of the black marketeers by not patronizing them. And I want to thank you for coming over here and paying your respect to my two prize pigs. So hand me that knife and your plate. There's plenty here for everybody, you know.
Now, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Yes, proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
That famous star of 20th Century Fox's The Razor's Edge, Tyrone Power, says, quote,
I changed my mind about cigarettes after I saw the certified reports. Medical science has proved no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new Rolly. From now on, Rolly is my choice.
Right, Tyrone Power. Those tests were based on the method used by the United States government. So, friends, enjoy the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly. And remember, medical science offers proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So no other is safer to smoke than the new, smoother, better-tasting Rolly.
Stay David Forrester and his orchestra play Jealousy. Take it away, David. Chapter 12 is entitled Small Fry. Nowadays, all sorts of tricks are being used to make the butcher turn loose with just one more chop, and this is the story of the mean widow meat getter.
Junior?
Yeah?
What were you doing in the backyard?
I was burning some leaves.
In the incinerator?
No, the incinerator wouldn't hold all of them, so I burned them in the garage.
Oh, there's nothing like the smell of burning leaves.
Yes, especially when there's a small touch of the garage in it.
Now, you're kidding me. You wouldn't set fire to the garage.
Yes, she's laughing, kiddo, that's all.
Well, how would you like to go to the meat market with me?
Well, that all depends, Grandma.
Depends on what, Junior.
Well, the way you've been fattening me up lately, it depends on whether you're going for buying or selling. I tell you, I think I stay here. I'm kind of busy anyhow. I'm going to find out something for myself. I got a little experiment to make.
Well, what's that you have in that bottle?
Well, look.
Cleaning fluid?
Yes.
The inflammable kind?
Keep going.
And matches, too.
Yes.
What are you up to?
Boy, she got no imagination at all.
Junior, I asked you what you were up to.
I'll be up to the ceiling if these two things get together, you know.
You give that bottle to me.
Oh, you want to do this, huh? You firebug, you.
You give me that stuff. You're too young to realize what could happen.
Yeah, and you too old to make a statement like that.
You mean you'd like to set the house on fire?
Yes, I would. I like to set the house on fire. Barbecue myself. Let the walls and the ceiling fall in. Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I turned me down.
Now, don't cry.
I will burn up.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
Now, don't cry, and I'll buy you some gumdrops.
And some liquid?
Yes.
And some popcorn and cracker jacks?
Yes.
And some ice cream? No.
What's wrong?
I got the tummy ache now.
Here, put this coat on.
Okay, I got it in the meat market. Look.
Who tied that dog on our porch?
I did. He's mine.
Where'd you get him?
Well, he followed me home. I took hold of one end of the leash, and he followed the other. See?
How did his paws get so sore?
Well, that's his own fault. He shouldn't have dragged his feet, you know.
What's his name?
What's his name?
I call him G.I. because he ain't got no home.
I wonder what kind of a dog he is.
I don't know. I think they made him after all the dogs was made and he was the leftovers or something.
Well, he looks like a bloodhound to me.
He do? Come on, bleed for us. Come on, let's see. Hey, Grandma, can I keep him, huh?
Oh, now, maybe somebody deliberately lost him because there's no meat to feed him.
Oh.
I wonder if the butcher will have any scraps.
He's got it, but he's selling it for first-class stuff, you know. Hey, Grandma. Uh-oh. There's that Mr. Bob Orton coming out of his house.
Junior.
Well, my dear friend. Hello.
Ah, shut up.
Junior, I don't know what I'm going to do with you.
Well, you better start thinking, kiddo, because I get worse on the hour, you know.
You've been asking for this.
Oh, no. You spanked me in front of an outsider. Oh, I get so embarrassed.
You're not embarrassed, Junior. I can see by your face that you're not blushing.
I'm not blushing in my face.
Going shopping?
Yes, we're going down to the butcher store to see if we got any meat for the dog.
You have a dog?
Yes, see, Mary.
Mine disappeared this morning.
Really?
Someone came into my house and took him.
No. Now, who would do a thing like that?
You.
No coaching from the audience, please.
Give Mr. Austin his dog, let's go. We've
Here
got
you
to get
are.
to the
Go on.
meat market.
Well, times like these that make me glad I'm a vegetarian.
Yeah, vegetarian. What's that?
Vegetarian is one who doesn't eat meat, just vegetables.
Oh, I thought they called them Americans.
Let's go, Junior.
Get that license number 903. I saw it.
Junior, hold my hand.
What?
Hold my hand.
What?
Now, careful crossing the street. Now, do I really mean that?
Boy, you sure does love me, don't you, kiddo?
Ooh, just look at the people in front of the butcher shop.
Yes.
You'd think they'd never seen me.
No.
Junior, you stay here. I'm going to sneak around to the back of the market.
Yes.
Maybe the employees' entrance is open. Now, you hold my place in line.
You better, well, I'll squeeze right in here. Here.
Oh, get out of my shopping bag.
All right, stand back, folks. Stand back. Give me some mail. I'm dying. Give me some mail.
Oh, I'm sorry, little boy.
I'm not a widow boy. I've been in line so long I shrunk.
Are you doing the shopping?
Yeah, that's why I got on my old ragged clothes, you know. I look so pitiful it tears them butcher's hearts out, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah, I see it's not working. I powder me face with some flour. Boy, that pale look gets them every time, you know.
So was that lady your mother or your nurse?
No, that's my grandmother. My mother's in jail.
In jail?
Yeah. She lost her head out the zoo. Killed 9 storks before they could catch her. She went stork raving mad out there, that kid did. I hope this butcher store don't open until Grandma gets back. She went down the street to the other butcher shop.
There's another meat market?
Sure, you got a better selection. Not too loud. The meat's cheaper, too, you know. I just saw them unloaded. 2 guys with guns taking out a cow. I saw them.
Yeah? Well, where did you say this meat market was?
3 blocks down the street.
Step aside, folks.
Well, you're going to have to run faster than me.
Here.
What happened, Junior? Why is everybody running? I can't understand it.
We can't we, folks? Good morning. Oh, let's go in, Grandma. I got a feeling that mob's going to be back in a couple of minutes. And they won't be pussyfooting in either, boy. Look, meat, Grandma, meat.
Now, don't get so excited.
Excited? Well, then slow down the walk. You're dragging me on the floor. Goodness. Hey, what's that big machine over there, Grandma?
That's a slicing machine, and don't go near it.
Okay.
I don't want 2 of you running around here.
Well, what can I do for you, madam? Well, you can turn your back so we can clean out this joint.
Quiet, Junior. What do you have, Butcher?
Just what you see here. Well, either way, you need glasses or you need some meat, one or the other.
Do you have some ham under the counter?
We sold it last night.
The ham?
The counter. However, I do have pig's feet. Well, I got pigeon toes, but I don't brag about it.
Say, you're a smart little fella. What's your name?
Junior.
Is that all?
That's too much right there.
Do you have any ham?
No, just pig's feet.
She don't want pig's feet. She wants some ham, something higher up on the hog. Some hips. You got any hips?
A nice boy.
Don't
Does
pass
he
me
bite? Oh, he bit me.
Now, that's the first fresh meat I've tasted in weeks.
I wish you'd hurry up and buy your meat and leave.
Okay, Grandma, you go ahead and buy the meat. I'm going to look around. I'm going to look in this big ice box here. It's open. Going inside and cool myself off. It sure is hot today. The humidity is awful in here. Oh, boy, it sure is cold in here. Oh, look at all the meat. I believe I've died and gone to hell. I wonder where to get all this meat. Wonder what's in this box over there. I'm going to go tell Grandma. Grandma, don't buy none of this stuff from me.
Why, Junior?
Look what I found. Horseshoes.
Remember, we'll all be back with the next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, G.G. Pearson, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Till next Tuesday, then.
Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening, and thanks for buying Raleigh.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burly blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Grip cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
The brand of grand aroma. Keeps home, sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh. Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Yes, a favorite with college men, servicemen, businessmen. Men everywhere who appreciate quality pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
9:03.
Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening during the week. Listen to People Are Funny next Friday night and join us again with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure. Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Costello, you're late again.
Well, I was watching the girls admiring Lana Turner's new necklace.
Lana Turner has a new necklace?
Yes, made out of her old wedding rings.
Hey, who is that girl you were out with last night?
Ah, that's my new girl.
What's she like, Lou?
What's she like? She likes bourbon, scotch, gin, rye, wine, scotch, bourbon.
Look, where did you meet this girl?
Oh, at the Palladium. I asked her for a dance.
Did you dance the foxtrot, the tango, or the waltz?
The one-step.
The one-step?
One step, and I changed my mind about dancing with her.
Why, wasn't she a good dancer?
No, but she makes you forget about dancing during intermission. When I took her home, I kissed her goodnight and got a real kick out of it.
She kisses that good?
No, her father caught us.
Instead of running around every night with a different girl, why don't you settle down and get married?
Not me, Abbott. Getting married is like going to a cafeteria.
Like a cafeteria?
Yeah, you grab what you want and pay for it later.
Abbott, if you're fighting crimes, you'll need a man like me. Appoint me sheriff, and I'll go from house to house and pinch every cook.
No, not every cook. You mean you'll pinch every crook?
You'll pinch what you like, and I'll pinch what I like.
Costello,
you'll pinch what you like, and I'll pinch what I like.
You said that. Costello, why were you late tonight?
Well, I overslept, Abbott. I had a very peculiar dream. I dreamed I was a pincushion in a room full of balloon dancers. And am I mad?
Why are you mad?
Well, I woke up just when things were beginning to pop. After next week, I'm going to get my own room. I can't sleep with my brother Pat anymore. All night long, he dreams he's Roy Rogers.
Well, why should that disturb you?
He also dreams I'm Trigger. Abbott, if you will appoint me Sheriff Encino, I'll clean up the town. I'll mop up all the pool rooms. I'll clean out all the saloons. I'll scour the alleys.
How can you do that?
On the side, I'm a street cleaner.
Costello, if I make you the new sheriff, you've got a lot of brave men to follow. Listen to the records of the background. Sheriff Jones, Redcoats, Northwest Mounted, 1931.
Oh, yeah.
Sheriff Brown, Redcoats, Northwest Mounted, 1938.
Sheriff Costello, Sports Coats, Bullock's Basement, 1975.
Look, to do criminal work, you have to know something about the law. For instance, do you know how to put up a defense?
Oh, sure. All you have to... Could I have that again?
I said, do you know how to put up a defense?
Why should I put up a defense? I already put up at the wall around my house. I also got at the hedge in the backyard. Why do I have to put up a defense?
No, Costello, when I say you put up a defense, I don't mean you put up a fence like you do when you put up a fence. I mean a defense like when you put up a defense.
Yeah, but I think you nuts.
Now you think... It's no use. You wouldn't know how to act in a criminal investigation anyhow.
Oh, that's so.
Yes.
I was down at the morgue yesterday to see a gangster that was killed. I lifted up the sheet, and there he lay, the corpus delicatessen.
Dummy. Corpus delicti. It's not corpus delicatessen.
This was a corpus delicatessen. He was stabbed with a salami.
Right.
Well, I knew you were cleaning up Encino, but you didn't have to dump that heap of rubbish here on the table.
Rubbish?
Oh, pardon me, it's Costello.
I'm appointed Costello as sheriff of Encino. He's going to chase all the criminals out of town.
Well, buddy, you ought to put me on that job. You know I'm a regular bloodhound.
From the looks of your ears, you must be pot cocker spaniel, too.
I don't have to take any more insults from you, Costello. I can see through you. I've got eyes like a hawk.
And a beak to match.
Costello. How dare you insult my wife? She's beautiful. Why, before I married her, she had men falling at her feet.
And why not? She was refereeing fights at the Legion Stadium.
Oh, you pigeon-puss, pop-eyed penguin. When I was a girl living in the country, boys used to court me from 10 miles away.
They had to. They were afraid to come any closer.
Pay no attention to him, honey. Say, that's a pretty hat you're wearing, dear.
Oh, I just bought it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think I should wear it to one side off the face?
If you're smart, you'll wear it over your face.
Oh, low life.
Low life?
By the way, buddy, I got some new shoes, too. Do you like them? They're pumps.
On you, they look good.
Well, thanks.
Considering that your legs look like pump handles.
How dare you? I have beautiful legs.
You're bow-legged.
My wife is not bowling.
She's the only woman in the world that can walk down a bowling alley while the game is on.
Costello, for insulting my wife, I'm not going to make you sheriff of Encino, and I'm not going to give you this beautiful badge.
Oh, please, Abbott, let me be the sheriff. I've always wanted a badge. Everybody's got a badge but me. A cop has a badge, a fireman has a badge, even a little Boy Scout has a badge. Abbott, I've just got to have a badge.
But why do you have to have a badge?
I'm tired of holding up my pants with my teeth.
Oh, all right. I hereby appoint you sheriff of Encino. Step forward, and I'll pin this badge on your shirt.
Thank you, Abbott. I mean, Your Honor.
Costello, hold still. I'm tearing your shirt.
I ain't wearing any shirt.
Come on, we're going over to the sheriff's office in Encino right now, so you can start to work immediately. Well, Sheriff Costello, You can take over at once.
I've got it, Abbott. What? Man broke into your room? Yes, ma'am. I'll put it on the police radio right away. Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Go to 237 Mulberry Street. An old maid found a burglar in a room. Proceed with caution. The old maid is armed.
Well, Costello, you're catching on to your job fast.
Darling, I'm glad I found you here. I have news for you. I just picked up a cent.
Here's 9 cents more. Grab a bus and get out of town.
Cut that out, Costello. My wife may be in trouble.
Oh, that's right, buddy dear. Something terrible has just happened.
What did he do? Find your birth certificate?
Costello, pay attention to my wife. As the sheriff of Encino, it's your duty to hear her out.
Well, if it'll make you happy, I'll throw her out.
Never mind him, dear.
For the last couple of nights, there's been a lot of strange noises. Screams and gunshots coming from that empty house next door to us. Suddenly, at 2 o'clock in the morning, as I was standing by the stove baking fudge...
What happened? What happened?
Oh, she burned her fudge.
I saw a mysterious man peering out of the attic window. He made an ugly face at me like this.
No, don't do that.
I haven't made the face yet.
How can I tell?
Quiet, Costello. This may be more serious than you think.
I'd like to see the sheriff.
That's the mysterious man.
Costello, look. It's Bela Lugosi.
Gee, Bela Lugosi.
Just a minute, Costello. Mr. Lugosi, I am the chairman of the Committee for Crime Prevention in Encino. Now, just what is the nature of your complaint?
Well, I'll put it in a simple language that even a moron can understand.
Step aside, Abbott. He's talking to me. Now, listen, Lugosi, I'm the sheriff around here, and I'm going to ask you some questions. Now, what were those screams in your house at midnight?
That was my business.
And what about those gunshots?
That's my business.
Ask him about those dead bodies in the basement.
It's also my business.
This guy is doing a heck of a business.
That settles it, Costello. You, as sheriff, will have to investigate and search Lugosi's house tonight at midnight.
You will like the house, Costello. It's the only house in Encino where every room has a bat. And a strange man should suddenly appear with a long, sharp knife in his hand and offer to cut your throat.
Yes?
Refuse him.
Abbott, take back the badge. I don't want to be sheriff anymore. Get me out of here now, Abbott.
And that's only half the fun, folks. Just as many laughs yet to come.
Well, Costello, here we are at Bela Lugosi's house.
Abbott, it's awful dark in that house.
But you've got to go in there. You're the sheriff. You've got to go in there and look for the trouble.
Couldn't I look for it out here? There's more light.
Look at me. I'm not scared.
Shh, Abbott. I think I hear something. Or is it my imagination? Thank goodness it was only my imagination.
Well, Sheriff Costello, I see you have come to investigate my house. Come in. I'm making myself a sandwich.
What kind of a sandwich?
It's a rattlesnake burger. Covered with pickled toads and diced bat wings.
Do you put ketchup on it?
What? To get heartburn? No. It's too bad you won't be here for breakfast. We are having shrouded wheat.
Shrouded wheat? Abbott, look. There's a casket in the corner with rubber sheets in it.
Rubber sheets in it?
Yes, I line all my caskets with rubber sheets. So the rain can't get in.
Why?
My beer is the dry beer.
Hey, Costello, look at that funny-looking machine over there in the corner.
Now, that's my Sears machine. On that, I manufacture robots.
Get it, Abbott? Sears a robot.
One of you will soon be dead. One of you will soon be dead.
Which one?
Don't be so choosy.
Abbott, I'm getting out of here. I don't like the looks of this place. Look at the grandfather's clock in the corner.
Oh, lots of people have grandfather's clocks.
With their grandfathers hanging in it like a pendulum?
Never mind that, Costello. Question Lugosi about the house.
Mr. Lugosi, where's the former owner of this house?
Do you see that pile of freshly dug dirt in the corner?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's not a vegetable garden.
That's strange. I thought I felt a draft on my neck.
What's strange about that?
I have no neck.
Mr. Lugosi, what are you whispering for?
I was born in a library. I had to stay there 6 months.
How come?
My father lost his card.
Hey, look, Costello. There's a skeleton in this room.
Abbott, there's 2 skeletons in this room.
2 skeletons?
Yeah, I just jumped out of my skin. Hey, Abbott, look, Lugosi has just disappeared through that wall. Pardon me, Abbott. I want to see somebody outside.
Who?
Me.
Come back here, Costello. You're scared? Why don't you sing? Go ahead and sing. It'll keep up your courage.
Carry me back to old Virginia.
You keep singing like that and they'll drag you back.
Who are you?
I'm a ghost. I'm the ghost of Richard, the lion-hearted. Who are you?
I'm Costello, the chicken-livered.
Mr. Ghost, Costello is the sheriff, and we've got to investigate this house.
Why don't you start in the cellar? Here. I'll open the door for you. You can go right down those stairs.
Costello, where are you?
I'm down in the cellar, Abbott, but look out for that first step. It's a Lulu.
All right, Costello, here I am. I'll turn on this flashlight and we'll take a look around.
Abbott, quick, look over there. There's a body on the floor.
Is he dead?
I can't tell. His head is missing. I'm getting out of here, Abbott.
Costello, what are we? Mice or men?
I don't know about you, but I'm glad there's no cat around. Look, Bela Lugosi's back.
Costello, it is indeed regrettable that you choose to prowl around in my cellar. I'm in a bloodthirsty mood. So far this week, I've only killed 9 people.
This guy sounds like a California driver.
Just a minute, Lugosi. Costello's the sheriff of this town, and you've got a dead man lying down here in your cellar.
Yes, I know. He lives here.
But he's dead. He's dead, I tell you. Why don't you throw him out?
I can't. His rent is paid up until June 1st.
Come on, Costello. We've got to continue with the search.
Well, go ahead with your search. If you want me, I'll be in the morgue, lying on my slab. That's where I'm happiest. I'm lying on my slab.
Don't look now, Abbott, but I think he's a little slab happy.
Come on, Costello. Let's look in this room. Open the door.
Costello! What in the world was that?
I don't know, and I ain't getting down off this chandelier to find out.
Come on down here, Costello. Hey, look. I just found a secret closet.
Let's open it.
Now, don't touch that door, Costello. Look at that sign. It says, this closet has never been opened in over 175 years.
I don't believe that. I'm going to open it.
To arms, the British are coming, the British are coming!
Costello, where are you?
I'm hiding over here under this bed.
Come on, crawl out from under that bed.
Okay. Now, I wonder who put that piggy bank under here.
Hey, look, Costello. There's a panel sliding open in that wall.
Ah, gentlemen, how can I ever thank you? You released me from a hypnotic spell that I'd been under for over 1,000 years.
Oh, Abbott, she's beautiful. Tell me, miss, are you a mummy?
Oh, no, I'm not even married.
Gee, you're lovely. Where did you come from?
I remember coming here on Noah's Ark with all the animals. They all came in pairs. The birds came in pairs. The rabbits came in pairs.
Did everything come in pairs?
Everything but the worms. They come in apples.
What are you two doing here?
Well, we're trying to solve the secrets of this house.
I can help you. I know this house. I've got the inside.
What you've got on the outside ain't bad either.
Be careful.
Didn't have enough material, eh?
Lou, be careful. This girl is a vampire. She may be dangerous. And besides, she's 1,000 years old.
You ought to be able to handle her, Abbott. She's the same age as your wife.
Which one of you gallant gentlemen opened that panel and released me?
I did.
I'm going to reward you. Come, put your arms around me. I'm going to kiss you. There, how was that?
Abbott, this kid is more than 1,000 years old.
Ah, you're very sweet. You remind me of an actor I used to go with 500 years ago.
Really? You went with an actor 500 years ago? What was his name?
Al Jolson.
Hey, what's that?
Oh, it's Lugosi coming back. He mustn't find me here. I've got to get back behind my panel. But before I go, you may take my hand and kiss it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Costello, what are you doing?
I'm kissing her hand.
But Costello, the girl is gone. She's gone back behind that panel.
Now, wasn't she sweet? She gave me her hand a kiss. I've got her hand and I'm holding it in mine, and she's gone. And I was in that. She's gone. Mom, I still got her hand out.
Quiet! What are you trying to do? Wake up the living?
Costello, it's Bela Lugosi. He's coming towards us.
Well, Sheriff Costello, I got to go now before I get into trouble with the police.
Are you afraid of the police because you killed those 9 people last week?
No, it's not that.
Are you afraid of the police because of the dastardly crimes you've committed?
No, it's not that.
Then why are you afraid of the police?
Yes, why? Why do you have to leave here so suddenly?
Oh, I just remembered I left my car parked in a 1-hour zone. And you know those Los Angeles cops. Good night, Mr. Costello.
Good night, Mr. Lugosi.
Isn't he a lovely chap, Costello?
Yes, he sure is. I'd like to have known him when he was alive.
And now here are Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
secret word tonight is heart. H-E-A-R-T.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present the best of Groucho. Yes, friends, it's a Groucho summertime. By popular demand from your letters, from rating histories, and the acclaim of critics, the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers bring you selected shows from You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho Marx is on vacation, friends, and will return in the fall. Until then, it's fun and laughs each week this summer as we proudly present some of the best of Groucho's past shows. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho!
That's me. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's supposed to try for the $1,500?
Well, we invited some weathermen and some cashiers who work in drive-in theaters to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Winnie Wynn and the weatherman John Aldrich. Folks, come over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. John Aldrich, huh? Speak for yourself, John Aldrich, wasn't it? Well, Miss Wynn, you're a movie cashier?
That's right.
Where are you from?
My birthplace is Bristow, Oklahoma.
Winnie Wynn. Isn't that a cute name, huh? A cute girl, too, huh?
Thank you.
I'll just call you Winnie. Winnie the Pooh, huh? How old are you, Winnie?
27.
27? Well, you don't look it. I thought you were about 21.
Thank you.
They must take good care of you in Oklahoma. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Well, you don't look it. Mr., what is your name? Mr. Aldrich, huh? You're the weatherman, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where do you hail from?
Des Moines, Iowa.
You get that, son? I said, where do you hail from?
Yeah.
And you're a weatherman, huh?
That's pretty good.
Yes, that's deucedly clever, huh? What are your duties in the Weather Bureau, John?
Well, our duties of the Weather Bureau are threefold: to furnish forecasts for the general public, and for aviation, and for fire protection.
How is it your weatherman gets wrong so much of the time?
Well, we don't do it by guessing.
I beg your pardon. How is it your scientific analysis, based on precise mathematical calculations, are so consistently incorrect? Riddle me that, old boy.
Well, we don't do so badly.
You're not always wrong, huh?
We're not always wrong.
You mean it's the weather that's usually wrong, huh? What would you say your average is?
Well, from 50 to 100%.
Is that so? You mean you're 100% correct 50% of the time? Now, I know that everybody makes jokes about the weatherman. Do you have any favorite jokes? I imagine you get a lot of kidding about the weather.
Well, I think my favorite is the story about the king who led his knights out to battle. And on the way, he met a farmer, and the farmer hailed him and says, "Ho, king, better not go on, it's going to rain." "Oh, no, I've checked with my prophets." So on he went, and it rained, and he was driven back defeated. So after beheading his prophets, the king sent for the farmer, and he said, "Look here, my man, how was it you knew the storm was coming?" "Well, Your Highness, I have a little beast of burden. He's very sensitive to weather, and when his ears are erect, why, you know the good weather's ahead, but when his ears droop low, why, it's a sure sign of rain." And from that day on, the jackass has been a weather prophet, and vice versa.
We'll now sing the Donkey Serenade. Now, Winnie, you're still awake, aren't you? Huh?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, let's get back to your movie. Which movie do you work for?
The Pacific Drive-In Theater in Compton.
Now, what's going on in your drive-in theater tonight, for example?
Destination Moon.
What is it?
Destination Moon and Mr. Lucky.
Uh-huh. Well, if I know drive-ins, there's more than that going on there tonight. You know, the last time I was at a drive-in, the movie stopped and it was 40 minutes before a customer complained. And he only complained about the mosquitoes. How many people are there in the average car that come to your drive-in?
Well, just a shade over 2.
Well, that's certainly a handy thing to have at a drive-in. Does anyone ever try to sneak into your drive-in?
Oh, yes. We had that happen.
You do?
Yes.
Could you give me an example? Or how?
Well, yes. One night, this one fellow came in alone. So the usher sort of suspected something, and they followed him over and caught 6 other guys, or 7, I think it was, climbing out of the trunk. Or the turtleback, whatever it was.
Imagine people being that dishonest. Sneaking into a movie theater. Do you ever bother to look under the engine?
No, I don't think anybody hide there.
Well, you should have. There weren't 7 people in that boy's car. There were 8 of us. Well, I must say you're an interesting couple, and if I decide to go to a drive-in theater, I'll consult a good groundhog first. Or that jackass. And now, let's see if 2 heads are better than 1. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $1,500. But first, here's something of importance.
Everybody's talking about power steering, the new feature that helps you turn the steering wheel with so little effort. But wait. Before you buy any car with power steering, remember this. Only the DeSoto type is full power steering, offering you these 3 big advantages. First, it operates at all times, not just some of the time, but all of the time. Second, it's always predictable. The feel of the wheel never changes. Third, DeSoto's full power steering lets you turn the steering wheel from one extreme to the other in only 3.5 turns, instead of the conventional 5.5. Try the DeSoto type of full power steering. Go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and take the 5-mile trial.
Take the 5-mile trial.
Yes, take the 5-mile trial. In either the 160-horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the famous DeSoto Powermaster 6. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
Okay, now let's see if you 2 will get a chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, explain the rules in your broken English.
All right. Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
That clear? Yes. All right, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected colors of flowers as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
16. What did you say?
I said 10.
We'll split it. 13.
All right. What color is a poinsettia?
Red.
Red is correct.
And you're on your way. You have $33.
You're on your way with $33. Remember, you're going for $1,500. How much of the 33 will you bet on your second question?
20.
Lift up a little, huh?
Okay.
26?
26.
All right. What color is the calla lily?
White.
White is correct.
Really going on, you have $59.
$59. How much of the 59 you going to go for?
50.
Good.
$50. What color is a daffodil?
Yellow.
Yellow is right.
And you climb all the way to $109.
$109. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 109?
90.
Okay.
$90. What color is a gardenia?
White.
White is correct.
And you wind up with $199 from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Thank you very, very much. Groucho, the secret word is still heart.
Yes, I know. Still heart is no good. Huh?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a weightlifter, Mr. John Farbotnik, and his partner...
Please, don't make up any names here. Give us the names they actually are. We have enough trouble.
The weightlifter's name is Mr. John Farbotnik, and the housewife is Mrs. Regina Roberts. And here they are, folks. Meet Groucho Marx, right up here.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, kids. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. John Fabotnik, that's what it is. Doesn't seem possible, but that's what it is. Gotta keep my trap shut. You're a weightlifter, huh?
That's right.
Weightlifter, huh? Where are you from? Muscle Shoals?
Well, originally I'm from Philadelphia, but I'm traveling.
Let me get my laugh first, will you? Huh? How would you like it if you said something brilliant and I rode right over it like that? Where are you from? Muscle Shoals? Went better the first time, I think. Where are you from?
Well, originally I'm from Philadelphia, but I've been traveling the last few years.
Well, I'm sure that I can't help you out on that. Have you spoken to the police in these various cities? You sure you're not from Muscle Shoals?
No, I'm not.
It's such a funny place to be from. Mrs. Roberts, are you from Muscle Shoals?
No, sir.
Where are you from?
New York originally.
Wait, I forgot his name. Oh, John. I'll call you John, huh? I'll call you Fabotnik. That's easier than John. Are you married, John?
Yes, I am. I've been married 2 years.
And what sort of work does your husband do, Mrs. Roberts?
My husband's recuperating, sir.
Well, that's nice work if you can get it. What do you mean? He's building chicken coops?
No, sir. He was shot. He was a policeman in New York.
Oh, well, I hope he wasn't seriously hurt, was he?
He's feeling much better since we've been out here.
Well, wish him speedy recovery for me, will you?
Thank you very kindly.
And what did he do before... he was a policeman, huh? Was he on the force very long?
17 and a half years.
How did you meet him?
My sister was expecting a baby. And you know how babies unexpectedly come. So I had heard that if you called the police department, they might bring assistance. So my husband and another policeman came, and he delivered the baby. And then after that, he used to come to visit the baby as a pretext. He used to say he wanted to see how the baby was coming along.
And he was really coming there to see your sister?
No, he was coming to see me. And up to that time, I never had a sweetheart, so that was all right.
You said sweetheart, and you and John, Mr. Fabotnik, are going to split $100. Well, your husband's got $50 tonight that he didn't have this morning, huh?
I have it.
Well, there is a difference. Now, Mr. Fabotnik, I'm fascinated. Have you got a nickname, or shall I keep calling you Fabotnik?
Well, my friends usually call me Muscles.
Are you from Muscle Shoals?
No, I'm not.
Well, what do you do?
Well, I'm an instructor at the Physical Services Gymnasium at Westwood and Santa Monica Boulevards.
I see. What kind of equipment do you have there?
Well, we have toe-raising machines, we have leg-pressing machines, and latissimus dorsi machines, and machines develop your latissimus dorsi muscles of your upper back.
Where is your latissimus dorsi? Or is it safe to ask that? Huh? Don't tell me it's in Santa Monica. Huh? Where is the latissimus dorsi?
They're the large muscles of your upper back that give you the taper from your shoulders to your waist.
I see. You're speaking for yourself now, are you? Samson, does all this weightlifting do you any good?
Yes, it does.
In what way?
Well, I've seen fellows come into the gym and train for a year or so and come out with a perfect figure.
Really? I went into a Bela theater the other night. Within 15 minutes, I came out with a perfect figure. Now, tell us something about your physique, John. For example, have you ever won any weightlifting contests?
Yes, I have. I won Mr. Chicago in 1946. And
you won Mr. Chicago?
And Mr. Illinois after that, then Mr. California just lately.
Wouldn't you rather win Miss Atlantic City?
Be for keeps?
Well, even if only temporarily. I held the title one back in 1927. I was Mr. Spineless of 1927. And I've never relinquished that title either. Well, there's no point, John, in having a perfect body if you don't show it to anybody. Would you mind giving us a peek at your framework?
Here?
Why not? You do it at the beach, don't you?
Well, the beach is all right, but not in front of an audience.
Well, this is hardly an audience. Just look at them, eh? Go on, take your coat off and shirt, and let's see what a real man looks like. Now, girls, restrain yourself out there. sure you're not from Muscle Shoals? Say, are those real mussels?
Sure are.
They are, eh? How often do you have to pump them up?
Well, I exercise them 3 times a week.
How big are your measurements? I mean, how big is your chest? That is your chest there, isn't it?
About 50 inches.
50 inches? Is that up and down or around? Say, John, would you object if Mrs. Roberts felt your muscles?
Not at all.
Go ahead, Mrs. Roberts. They won't bite you. Now, Mrs. Roberts, how does your husband compare with his greyhound bust?
He doesn't have those muscles, but I like him better.
I see. I like my husband, but oh, you fanatnik. Well, John, figures don't lie, and yours is no exception. And neither is yours, Mrs. Roberts.
Oh, gosh, thanks.
Now, let's see how well you make out in the race for the $1,500. You've got to run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The weatherman and the drive-in theater cashier won $199.
All right, you selected locations of countries. Now, you have $20. How much are you going to bet on your first question?
15.
15. What country is directly west of Spain?
Portugal.
Portugal is right.
And you're off to a good start. You have $35.
How quickly you knew that, Mrs. Roberts, huh? Remember, you're going for $1,500. Now, how much of the $30 will you bet on? $35 will you bet on your second question?
30.
30. What country is directly east of Alaska?
Canada.
Canada is right.
Now you have $65.
Here's your third question. How much of the 65?
60.
What country is directly south of the United States?
Mexico.
Mexico.
Well, you're really on your way. You have $125.
All right, now here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 125 are you going to go for? How much of the 25 are you going to go for? Here we go with the last
whole
thing.
thing. The whole works.
How much?
The whole thing.
The whole works?
Please.
You terrify me, Mrs. Roberts. What country is directly east of Ireland?
England.
England is right.
And you wind up with $250 from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Thank you very much.
Thanks to both of you.
Well, Groucho, the secret
Who's next
word...
on the agenda?
I was going to tell you the secret word is still heart.
Still hot.
Yes. We invited some identical twins to the program tonight, and here they are.
Talk slow so I can smoke.
Miss Jane Luther and Miss Jean Luther. Meet Groucho Marx.
Twins, eh?
Yes.
Welcome for the DeSoto, Plymouth, Dealer. How are you? And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 just $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Jane and Jean Luther, huh? Mm-hmm. You're identical twins?
Yes, we are.
Double trouble, eh? Luther, eh? That's an odd name. Which one is Jane?
I'm Jane.
You're Jane? And which one is June?
There is no June.
I thought June came right after me.
I'm Jean.
Well, you're Jean, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Did Jane come after Jean, or did Jean come after Jane?
Jean came right after Jane.
How much after?
10 minutes.
That long, eh?
Well, I don't think that's very long.
No, but it can be very important. Another 10 minutes, you might have been triplets. Now, let's get this straight so I know who I'm talking to. Now, left to right, you're Jane and you're Jean. Is that right?
No. I'm Jean and she's Jane.
Well, who's Luther?
We're both Luther.
You're both Luther?
Yes.
Well, I'll just call you Sam and Hyman after my two titles. Jane, you're Jane, huh?
Yes.
Where are you from originally?
Born in Fort Worth, Texas.
Uh-huh. Not in Walla Walla, huh?
No.
Well, they not only grow them big in Texas, they grow them double down there. Very attractive, too. Huh?
Thank you.
Which one is thanking me?
Both times.
Now, Jean, this is only a wild guess, but I'll bet you're from Fort Worth, too, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Now, why am I so psychic? Jane, I'm embarrassed to ask a woman point blank how old she is, so tell me, how old is your sister?
Well, she's 10 minutes younger than I am.
That's twins for you, double talk, eh? Jean, how old are you? And don't tell me 10 minutes younger than June.
28.
Oh, 28, eh? Then June must be 10 minutes less than 28?
No,
that can't
Jane.
be right. June has 30 days. Jane, are you married, Jane?
No, I'm not.
In that case, Jean, you're not married either, am I right?
That's right, I'm not married.
You see, since you're both named Luther, you couldn't be married if your sister isn't.
Well?
Brother, am I shrewd? Just call me the fat man. Now, Jean, I'm curious to know why you aren't married. You're very attractive.
I'm having too much fun just being single.
Well, you may not be married, but you're certainly not single. What do you mean having too much fun? What do you consider fun?
Well, I like to go dancing and skiing and ice skating, and I like to indulge in each sport with a different fellow.
In other words, you're a three-man woman, is that it? Now, you say you're identical twins. Do you like the same boys?
Well, we leave that up to the boys.
But do you find out that you like the same type
Yes,
boys?
we do, like the same type.
Well, that can be rather embarrassing, can't it?
Yes.
If there's only one boy and you both like him? Right?
Well, we let him make his choice, and then it's up to him.
Well, how does he know which one he's picking?
That runs into confusion.
And sometimes runs into money. I must say it's been very confusing talking to you two. Now, let's see if you two have two heads are better than one. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $1,500. That's the DeSoto Plymouth Big Question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The weightlifter and the housewife were ahead with $250.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected, name the song. Oh, am I going to get mixed up on this? Do you know any old songs, Fenneman?
I hope so.
I may need all your assistance before I'm through here. Now, here's your first question. How much you going to bet?
15.
15? 30 you going to bet? You only have 20, you know.
15.
Oh, 7.5 apiece.
Yes.
Da-dum, da-dum, da-da, da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-da-dee.
Old Lang Syne.
Old Lang Syne is right.
You twins are on your way. You have $35.
$35. Remember, you're going for 1,500 clams tonight. Now, how much of the 35 you going to bet?
30.
30. If a body meets a body, come and fray the tune.
Coming through the rye.
Coming through the rye is right.
Now you have $65.
Boy, did I come through the rye the other night, huh? Here's your third question. How much of the 65 you going to go for?
60. 60. Oh, listen to the Mockingbird.
Listen to the Mockingbird.
You're really on your way, girls. You have $125.
And a finer rendition of the Mockingbird, you'll go a long ways to hear. Here's your last chance to beat the other couplets. No, couples. That's the problem. You take up a foreign language, you don't know what you're reading. How much money have you got?
You have $125.
Well, that's a vast sum, you know that? And how much are you betting?
All of it.
All of it? Dee-da-da-dum, dee-da-da-dum,
Oh, my darling Clementine.
Oh, my darling Clementine is right.
And Groucho, if my figures
are... Code 3, too.
Groucho, if my figures are correct.
And your figures rarely are correct, Adam.
This time I think they are. They wind up with $250, and that means we're in a tie, because the weightlifter and the housewife also won with $250.
Well, land sakes, huh?
So we'll bring them both up and let them both have a chance at a big question.
With the big 4th of July weekend coming up, chances are you'll be out driving. And before you go, make sure your car is roadworthy by giving it a complete checkup at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. There, master technicians, experienced on the job, trained in factory methods, and using the most modern tools and equipment, will tune up your engine so it really sings. They'll check brakes and lights and other vital safety features and make any necessary repairs. Also, if a new part is needed, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer can supply you immediately with the right factory-approved parts. Remember, visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealers first. And keep in mind that wherever you drive, you'll always be near one of the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America.
Here are our winning couples, Groucho. The weightlifter and the housewife and the identical twins. Now, you both have 15 seconds to write down an answer to our big $1,500 question. Here's a pencil for you two, a piece of paper and a pencil for you two. And if you... I don't know how... You want to try it?
If they both get the answer, they'll split the money between them.
That's the answer,
And if the one team gets the answer, they'll win all the money.
Let's figure.
You see how simple it is when I do it? All right, here we go for $1,500. Between England and Ireland, there's a body of water. For $1,500, tell me, what is the name of this body of water? Irish Straits, and the twin said the Whale Sea, which is incorrect, so I think that Mr. Fanotnik over here and Mrs. Roberts... You're all right, kid, you're all right. I'm sorry you couldn't vote, man. But you won a lot of money anyhow, huh? Well, that's right, you win $1,500. Come over here, kids, and tell us what are you going to do with that money. What are you going to do with your money, Mrs. Roberts?
My children have been asking for a television set for so long. I think I can buy them one.
The correct answer, technically, is the Irish Sea, but they said the Irish Straits, and we think that's close enough for them to win the money. Now, Muscle Shoals, what are you going to do with your swag?
I just want to feel it for a while.
Now, let's see. You won $1,500 plus $250 in the quiz. So you really cleaned up tonight.
They had the secret word, too.
And the secret word, eh? Well, let's see. $1,850 you're splitting. Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Best of Groucho from the You Bet Your Life series. Don't miss the Best of Groucho on television, too. Also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the DeSoto Fire Dome 8 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a rhyme from the National Safety Council. The rules for driving safely add up to only 3: common sense and caution and common courtesy. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's about 2:30 o'clock in the afternoon as our scene opens now. And here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mrs. Victor Cook and her son, Mr. Rush Cook. Sade is established in Vic's easy chair beneath the floor lamp, industriously donning gentleman's socks. And young Rush gelatinous athwart the Davenport, munches an apple, and reads a volume of fiction. Silence has prevailed for some little time, but now, listen to this, Mom.
Third Lieutenant Stanley gives Lady Margaret 600 sweet little kisses.
Yes, but when he gets done doing that, he captures a desperate band of counterfeiting diesel engine mechanics. Third Lieutenant Clinton Stanley carefully wiped his mouth with an expensive purple silk handkerchief and then gave Lady Margaret 18 rapid, smacking kisses, immediately followed by 12 convulsive hugs. Then he fell back against the shining surface of the expensive mahogany piano and began to scream. I love you, I love you, I love you, were the hoarse words he tore from his throat. Lady Margaret tapped the toe of her fashionable French spats with the mother-of-pearl handle of her dainty lavender parasol and pinkened. After pinkening, she winced, whimpered, cringed, gasped, and sneezed. Also, she shuddered, cowered, wept, coughed, nickered, choked, whinnied, groaned.
Oh, yes, trash.
Beg pardon?
I don't want to hear that trash.
In the next paragraph, Third Lieutenant Stanley pounces on that crowd of counterfeiting diesel engine mechanics.
Haven't you got anything to do this afternoon?
Uh-uh.
Where are all your friends?
Oh, one place and another. It'd be pretty boring to name off the different stuff they're occupied with. It'd bore you to listen to it, and it'd bore me to tell it.
Oh, never mind, then.
Smelly Clark is in Towanda visiting his grandmother. Bluetooth Johnson's helping his father down at the Chicago Norton shop. Cracky Otto caught a ride up to the lake on a delivery truck. Milton Welch is mowing some lady's yard over on Mulberry Street. Leroy Snow and Goody Morris took a job downtown with a fellow that's tearing out some partitions in his store.
All right.
And George McBurcher is taking it easy at home in preparation for having his tonsils and adenoids removed next Saturday night.
All right.
I told you it was dull. It was boring for you, and it was boring for me.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go outdoors and scratch my back against the rainwater drain pipe.
That won't put any special burden on your brain.
No, it won't.
You've got apple on your chin.
Yes, I know I have, but I can't reach it with my tongue.
You'll have to go through life with it on there.
Sarcasm, huh?
Yes.
On second thought, I guess I won't go outdoors and scratch my back against the rainwater drain pipe.
Oh, yes, right. You talk like a sausage.
Third Lieutenant Stanley rolled his enormous, soft brown eyes to and fro. Give me a couple more kisses, he bellowed. The beautiful woman shrank, quivered, trembled, stumbled, tripped, tittered, blushed, lurched, kicked, and grunted.
Living room, kiddo. Hi. Got company? Rush is here.
Oh, God.
Hi, Pete. Papa DeWop are home at 2:45 in the afternoon.
Huh? Beautiful woman shrank, quivered, trembled, stumbled, tripped, tittered, blushed, lurched, kicked, and grunted. Third Lieutenant Stanley.
Right, I said I didn't want to listen to that trash.
Oh.
Well, sure, Ma.
Hello, kiddo. Have any phone calls?
Phone hasn't rung all day.
It hasn't, huh?
No.
I see. Okay, fine. No harm done. Not a single call all day, huh? That's unusual. Well, Rush.
Oh.
School out early.
This is summer vacation.
Oh, that's good. Besides, it's Friday. You wouldn't be going to school on Friday, even if it wasn't summer vacation.
Why wouldn't I?
Oh, it's Saturday I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Sure, it's Saturday I'm thinking of.
And today isn't Friday.
Today is Wednesday.
Today is Thursday.
Today is Thursday?
Is anything wrong with you, Vic?
No.
You look like you're just busting with something.
That's my eager boyishness.
Why are you home in the middle of the afternoon?
Kiddo, now try not to get excited.
Excited?
I got something to tell you. It's a secret. Rush, go to Peoria.
Peoria?
I mean down cellar. Go down cellar. Wait a minute. Never mind. You might as well know it now as later. I'm in Peoria.
You're in Peoria.
I'm in Peoria.
Right this minute, you're in Peoria?
Well, I guess I am a little flustered.
You're more than a little flustered if you've got the notion you're in Peoria.
We're going to the Peoria. The plant is going to Peoria. Moving to Peoria. The whole kit and caboodle. Plant number 14 of the Consolidated Kitchenware Company is moving to Peoria. Lock, stock, and barrel. Executives, employees, and everybody else. Did I say Peoria? It's Peoria we're moving to. Try not to get excited, say.
I'm not excited.
I gotta watch myself so that I don't get excited. I guess I do feel some little twinges of excitement. But you, a woman, why, I bet you're just shaking like a leaf. Yeah, even I feel a little shudder of excitement.
I'm not shaking like a leaf, but I'm certainly curious.
Hello, Rush.
Hello, Gal.
Hello, Rush.
Hello, Gal.
Hello, Rush.
Hello, Gal.
What do they call this little game?
What little game?
This little game we're playing.
I think they call it squat tag.
You feel a little tiny shudder of excitement, huh, Vic?
Oh, yes, because we're moving to Peoria. You know Peoria.
Sure.
City in Peoria.
Oh, not the motorcycle Peoria. Oh, yes, Vic.
All right.
Hello, Gal.
All right.
Hello, Gal.
All right.
Oh, stop it, Vic. Goodness, you're on the point of flying apart.
Well, news like this coming all of a sudden out of a clear blue sky, you can't help but make a man a little tense and nervous.
Well, try and take it easy. Just stand quiet and tell me all about this news.
It's a secret.
Vic, you're not even making sense.
I mean, it's a secret for me. I mean, I'm not supposed to know about it. I mean, I managed to put two and two together and come to a conclusion. I mean, some hints were dropped. I mean, I drew some shrewd inferences. I mean, well, here's what I mean.
Yes, tell us what you mean.
Well, I mean, yes.
Sit down, Vic.
I prefer to stand up.
Well, at least try and tranquilize yourself.
Tranquilize myself. I must remember that in Peoria. Peoria. I'll tranquilize myself in Peoria. That's not bad either. That's not bad neither, Wadey. I mean, it's not bad, Haiti.
Oh, Vic, actually.
I guess I did kind of twisted there.
I can straighten you out, Gal. You started to say...
I got myself composed now.
Fine.
Or tranquilized, as you put it.
Uh-huh.
Well, Gus Futz from Dubuque, Iowa, was in town today. So was Ernest Hoker from plant number 4 in Sweet Esther, Wisconsin. So was J.J. Elrod from plant 7 in Dismal Secret, Ohio. And so was H.K. Fleber from Grovelman, South Carolina. Well, those big shots were closeted in the boss's office all morning and part of this afternoon. I happened to be getting a drink at the water cooler out in the reception room when the meeting broke up. And both Mr. Hoker and Mr. Elrod nudged me and winked and whispered, "How would you like to live in Peoria?"
One interpretation you could put on that, Gal,
And a
would
little
be...
bit later, I happened to be passing Mr. Rubish's office and heard him dictating a letter and caught this fragment. As soon as the present lease expires on this plot in Peoria, plant number 14 will take full and complete possession.
One interpretation you could put on that, Gal, would...
Well, did any of those
And
men...
then, still later, I met Mr. Rubish himself in the hall. He said,
Yes? What did he say?
I forget.
Maybe he said Peoria.
He didn't say anything about Peoria.
Maybe he
I
said...
forget what he said. But anyway, I put two and two together. We're going to Peoria.
Well, are you happy about it or sad about it?
Well, frankly said, I don't know. I'm a welder of mixed emotions. I'm not used to the idea yet. It'll take assimilation.
Oh, baby. In the living room, baby.
Uncle Fletcher, by George.
It's a secret, you know. Peoria is a secret.
You don't want me to tell Uncle Fletcher?
It's a secret.
Anybody home? Hello, Uncle Fletcher. Come on in.
Peoria.
I've been riding with Gum Box on the garbage wagon.
Hi, Uncle Fletcher.
Telephone is ringing.
I'll get it. Remember, this is a secret now.
I'm not going to tell Uncle Fletcher about Peoria.
Peoria is a secret.
I'm not going to tell him.
I believe I hear the telephone ringing.
Yes.
The tickling of the telephone. She makes a pleasant sound.
Uncle Fletcher, we're moving to Peoria.
No.
Yes. We're moving to Peoria.
Hey, by George.
That's the telephone, Gal.
Yes, goodness.
Oh, Peoria?
Now, back again, we go to the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block. Neither Vic or Sade is in evidence, but Uncle Fletcher and young Rush are seated on the Davenport, and the former is holding forth on a miscellaneous subject. Listen.
Arledine Hogfletch loved Iowa, Michigan, Missouri, and Maine.
but most of all, he loved West Virginia. Arledine Hogg Fletcher loved Texas, Louisiana, Kentucky, Illinois, and Ohio, but West Virginia was the closest to his heart.
Arledine sounds like a girl's name.
Arledine is a girl's name. Arledine Hogg Fletcher had a warm place of his bosom for North Dakota, California, New York, and Arkansas, but West Virginia was his true sweetheart and the apple of his eye. Arledine Hogg Fletcher's eyes misted over with tender tears at the thought of Idaho, Oregon, New Hampshire, and Utah. But it was West Virginia that stirred his deepest emotions, and he died with the name West Virginia on his lips. Arledine Hogg Fletcher. One of the finest men that lived.
That grocery boy Irvin is getting too smart for his can. I asked him a civil question about why was the bananas he brought so spotty and musty, and he decided to make a joke out of it. And where's your father?
He went upstairs.
Oh?
Be seated, Sadie.
All right.
I was just telling Asher about Arledine Hogg Fletcher.
Who is she?
Yeah.
Oh.
Arledine Hogg Fletcher was at one time employed as armed guard at the Missouri State Home for the Patrol.
That's so?
He quit that job in 1909 and went to work as supervisor of the laundry at the Ohio State Home for the Ball.
Well, what do you think about moving to Peoria?
Oh, I'm like Dove. I'm not used to the idea yet. What do you think about it?
I don't quite believe it. I mean, my mind doesn't quite accept it. I'm not convinced.
You people discussing Arledine Hogg Fletcher, are they?
No, we were discussing Peoria.
Peoria? Peoria. I know it well. The mighty Mississippi flows through Peoria.
No, Uncle Fletcher.
The mighty Mississippi turns through Peoria, and the rippling runnels cleaves her green banks.
Very pretty, Uncle Fletcher.
I believe that sounded so good with lame-brained song.
Well, Peoria isn't on the Mississippi, Uncle Fletcher. Peoria's on the Illinois.
Where did you get that peculiar notion, Rushdie?
That peculiar notion is the truth.
I guess the day the scholars there in your school studied the subject of Peoria, that professor got up on the wrong side of the bed. No, you can take my word for it, Rushdie.
I can take your word for it. Peoria's on the Mississippi River?
Yeah.
But it isn't.
You are contradicting the grown-ups, are they, lad?
Peoria's on the Illinois River. The Mississippi's way over west. In fact, it's the western boundary. I'll show you on the map.
Never mind, Willie. Let it go.
Oh. Yes, I and some of the other young ladies there in Dixon used to sing that song years ago. I don't recall the tune on it, but the words went, "The mighty Mississippi turns through Peoria, and the rippling runnels cleaves the green banks. I make my saddle horse go faster by speaking it up and hitting him lightly with the leather whip on his flank. Oh, Mary, cousin Mary, bring me another saucer of sliced cucumbers and a market basket."
Hey, this is need a lot of polishing, and there's a little hole near one of the latches. Do you think you could fix it, or should I take it downtown?
Is that the suitcase?
Yeah.
You went up in the attic and dug it out from behind all those picture frames and stuff?
Well, sure.
What's the idea?
Peoria. I'm going to Peoria.
You're not going to Peoria tonight, are you?
I don't know when I'm going to Peoria. I just know I'm going to Peoria.
Well, when are you going to find out when you're going to Peoria?
Sadie, you talk in circles.
No, I don't.
You're excited.
I'm excited.
Oh, yeah.
Your question, Vic, honey, puts me in mind of Arledine Hogg Fletcher's cousin Ralph.
I didn't ask any questions.
That's what I say. Arledine Hogg Fletcher's cousin Ralph.
Hey, you criticize me for going up in the attic and digging out the suitcase when any minute I might be leaving for Peoria.
You don't know when you're leaving for Peoria. All you've heard is a vague rumor.
Vague rumor? Didn't I explain? Didn't I tell you how these big shots in the company had a meeting all morning?
Yes, you did tell that.
Vague rumor. Rat Fitch.
How was that, Doc?
What?
He said Rat Fitch.
Rat Fitch?
Yeah.
I never said Rat Fitch. I said that's Rich.
Oh,
That's vague rumor. That's Fritz.
Uh-huh.
Rat Fitch, I said.
Okay.
Oh, Vic, you're excited.
All right, what if I am a little excited? Anybody be a little excited. This is a gigantic move for us. We've lived in this town all these many years, and all our roots are here.
Peoria is only 40 miles away.
All right. So Peoria's only 40 miles away. What's the difference if it's 40 miles away or 400 miles away?
People jump back and forth in helicopters these days.
Have we got a helicopter?
No, but a distance of 40 miles would only take a few minutes to come.
No, Vic, but here's what I mean. You're liable to get sick or something if you keep on being this feverish and upset for any length of time.
And here's what I mean. Our pulling up stakes and leaving for another city is a thing of breathtaking magnitude in our lives. You don't seem to grasp that fact. We leave our home and our friends and our lodges and clubs and 9 million other close relationships and associations, even including Uncle Fletcher here.
Good afternoon.
I'm astonished that you can sit there so sluggish and phlegmatic, kiddo. I'm astonished.
Telephone, Dan.
I'll get it. It's probably Peoria.
Well, why would it be Peoria?
You said it'd be Peoria when you answered it a while ago, and turned out to be Michigan from Michigan, wanting to borrow $2.
Yeah.
Well, why don't somebody see who it is on the telephone?
You're holding it in your hand.
What?
You see who it is. You're holding the telephone in your hand.
Oh.
Rebecca, you act somewhat confused.
Confused and then some.
Hello? Yes. Well, yes, I believe he is.
Joy Clark wishing to speak with me?
Somebody for Uncle Fletcher.
Telephone, Uncle Fletcher.
Yes, indeed.
Telephone.
First class, A number what in that?
You're wanted on the telephone.
As a matter of fact, I have the notion you're desirous of discussing the telephone. Talk for half a telephone over here, Vic.
I never talk telephone.
Suit yourself.
Hello! Oh, it's Uncle Fletcher. Go and take the telephone. Out and out crazy to stand across the room and scream.
It's impossible to hear what the guy on the other end is saying unless you hold the receiver to your ear. Always some nuisance, another.
I'll want to get this suitcase signed up, kiddo, and this hole in it sewed neatly. And there's 18,000 other things that have to be handled. I'll make a list. Russ, go to Peoria and get me a pencil. Go to the desk and get me a pencil.
Okay.
What do you want, Uncle Fletcher?
I want the numbskull telephone.
Well, I haven't got the... Oh, here.
Not one flathead thing after another. Hello. What? Yes. Bye.
Who is that?
I don't know.
What did they want?
I haven't got the faintest idea.
Well, what did they say when you said yes?
Are you enjoying this warm weather?
They said that, and you answered yes and hung up, huh?
Of course.
I see.
Say, getting back to Peoria.
Yes, let's get back to Peoria.
Oh, good. You home, Jerk? Oh, good. That is Harry Dean. Yeah, I believe it is. That is the voice of Harry Dean. Harry, old pal. Hello, Flint. Go on in, Harry. Harry Dean, by George. Say to Vicky, honey, you're listening to the voice of Harry Dean. I know him. He hangs around the interurban station. There's no mistaking that voice. That voice is the voice of Harry Dean.
Now, listen, you guys. Let's not burn out everything we know.
You mean about Peoria?
Peoria is a secret.
Go right on in, Harry. Afternoon, everybody. Harry, old pal.
Afternoon, Miss Good.
How do you do?
Right, how's Tricks?
I can't complain.
Good, you left your interurban ticket down on the counter there in the interurban station. I brought it out for you.
Oh, I forgot about that interurban ticket.
Yeah, I know it just skipped your mind. You look like you were walking around a dream.
I'd completely forgotten that ticket.
Here it is.
Oh, say.
You are Harry Dean.
I know I'm Harry Dean. Sometimes I reflect on that fact with mixed emotions.
Right, honey. You are standing in the presence of Harry Dean. Makes it nice.
Vic, what is that interurban ticket?
Oh, just an interurban ticket.
You certainly shoved it in your pocket and got it out of sight mighty quick.
Oh, it's just a common, ordinary interurban ticket.
It's one-way transportation to Peoria, Miss Good.
No.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Vic, you bought a ticket to Peoria?
Oh, well, I was kind of excited.
Right. Your father bought a ticket to Peoria.
Uh-huh.
Vic, you lie down.
No.
No, I mean it. You lie down.
Well,
right here on this bed.
Oh.
Right, trot out to the kitchen and bring me in a washcloth, a pan of water, and a chunk of ice out of the ice box.
No, I'm...
Lie down, Vic. I'm not fooling.
Well, sir, as we rejoin our friends in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Vic prostrate on the davenport, and Sade contemplating him with some concern, and young Rush, Uncle Fletcher, and Harry Dean lounging beside the library table, interestedly awaiting events. Sade is saying,
I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
Peoria.
Yes, lying there mumbling Peoria. Why, goodness, go on a fifth rate, you'd collapse.
Peoria.
Come home in the middle of the afternoon so upset and excited you can hardly talk sense. You dash upstairs in the attic and dig out your suitcase. You stop in at the interurban station almost in a daze and buy a railroad ticket. Yeah, it's like you were leaving town right this minute. It's ridiculous. You know what I'm going to do?
Peoria.
I am going to call up Mr. Rubers and inquire.
Inquire about what?
Peoria?
No.
Yes.
No, you see, it's a secret. Nobody's supposed to know.
I'll say I heard a rumor. And I want to verify.
Oh, anybody home? You in there, BR?
Somebody in the kitchen.
I know that, boy.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Miss Cook. BR around?
Let's see the police person.
Well, come on in, Mr.
Yeah,
Carson.
thanks, I will.
Hey, that's the chief of police.
Yeah.
Vic, say right, Harry. The chief of police.
Yeah.
You heard what I said, Harry?
Sure did, Fletch.
The chief of police are here.
Hello, Miss Cook.
Nice to see you again.
Right, how's the boy? Hello, Fletch.
Afternoon, Chief Howdy, old boy.
Long afternoon.
Not at all. Chief Howdy, you know Harry.
Of course I do. How you doing, Harry?
Same old grind, Chief.
What's the matter with you, BR?
Just staying down a minute, Chief.
Is that all?
Just stretching out for a minute.
Huh. I suppose at first you're saying your last words with all your loved ones hovered about you.
That's like that.
Chief of police is a witty fellow.
Oh, he's a catbird.
You are Harry D.
Thanks for reminding me. I forget every now and then.
That's what I say.
I got your message, BR.
Did you?
Yeah, found it on my desk a few minutes ago.
Well, it didn't amount to anything.
Nothing wrong, huh?
No, forget it.
Well, it kind of disturbed me. Just thought I'd look in and make sure.
Forget it.
All right. But the boys there in the office said you looked really troubled when you stopped there and left your message. They said you acted like you was walking in your sleep.
I was a little preoccupied, was all.
Uh-huh.
Well, what was the message, Mr. Cullerson?
Just that B.R. Cook was anxious to see me.
We're moving to Peoria, Chief. I'm talking to Taylor Plant 14, the Consolidated Kitchenware Company. The whole business is moving to Peoria.
The heck is it?
Keep it under your hat, will you?
Sure thing.
We're moving to Peoria.
Vic, were you so excited about what you heard down at the office that you called the police?
I wanted to talk to Chief Cullerson.
You were so excited over this news about moving to Peoria that you actually called the police.
Well, maybe I was a little bit excited.
This is almost unbelievable.
Now that there's a lull in the conversation, I'll describe something side-splittingly funny that happened to my dear chum, Arladine Hogflesh.
Vic, I'm going to telephone Mr. Rubers.
No.
How do I reach him?
I won't tell you.
How do I reach Mr. Rubers, right?
Call the plant and ask for him, and the switchboard girl will give you his secretary.
What's your secretary's name?
Edith Turner.
Oh, thanks. May I have a quiet, please?
Well, you bet, Miss Cook.
8956W, please. Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Rubis is going to consider this mighty, mighty high-handed, Dave.
I can't help it. Mr. Rubis's office, please.
Harry, old pal, did you ever visit the northwestern part of eastern South Dakota?
No, never did.
Harry D.
Hello? Is this Miss Karen? This is Mrs. Victor R. Gook speaking. Yes, I wonder if I might talk with Mr. Rubis a minute if he's not too busy. Thank you very much.
Oh, my. Harry, I'll pitch you a bunch of indoor horseshoes overnight in East Upper Basement.
I'm on.
Time a game and a penny for ringers and leaners.
Okie doke.
Hello, Mr. Rubers? Say, Mr. Rubers, I hate to disturb you and take up your time, but we heard this kind of halfway rumor, and I wondered if you could possibly... Yes. It's about the plant maybe leaving the city, and that's it. Leaving the city and moving to Peoria, Illinois.
I'll make you lads a little deal.
Your niece is on the telephone, Flip.
Seems like there's always somebody on the network telephone.
Oh, I see, Mr. Rubers. Yes. Yes, indeed. And thanks so much. I surely will. All right, Mr. Rubers. Yes. Goodbye.
Well?
The rumor is true. Plant number 14 of the Consolidated Kitchenware Company is moving to Peoria, lock, stock, and barrel.
He come right out and said that, huh?
Yes. And as soon as the lease on that property in Peoria expires, everybody packs up and goes.
See? I was right.
Mr. Rubus, give me the date when the lease expires.
Yeah? When did it expire?
May 11th, 1976.
Go.
May 11th, 1976.
That's 30 years from now.
30 years from now. So, you see, Vic, there really isn't any hurry about packing your suitcases, buying a ticket to Peoria, or calling the police.
I am saying nothing.
Perhaps that's just as well.
Peoria, Peoria. The mighty Mississippi journeys through Peoria, and the rippling runnel cleaves her green bank.
And so we end our visit at the small house, halfway up the next block, with radio's home post, Vic and Sade. Listen again next Thursday, same time, same station, when the S.W. Pitts Company again presents Vic and Sade. Vic and Sade is written by Paul Reimer, directed by Roy Windsor. This is Jack Fuller speaking.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley, with William Bendick as Riley. Special announcement. If you're looking for a punch in the nose, step up to Chester A. Riley and say to him, bonjour, monsieur. You'll get what you're looking for. It seems that Riley has developed a strong antipathy towards the French language in general, and a certain Monsieur Andre Lafayette in particular. It all began a few weeks ago when Riley made a startling discovery.
Peg, come here, quick.
What's the matter, Riley?
Look at this letter.
What? It's in French.
Yeah, I found it here on the desk. It's for Beth. Someone's writing to her in French.
Oh, Riley, you have no right opening Babs's mail.
I didn't open it. It was right here on the table, already open.
Well, I don't care. You have no right reading other people's personal mail.
Well, everybody's always reading my personal mail. You all know exactly how much I owe the gas company.
Put that letter away.
Peg, this is no time for etiquette. Just listen to what it says in this letter. Ma chère Madame Oiselle Relay. What do you think of that? Merci pour vos jollies fleurs. Did you hear that? C'était très aimable à vous. Sincèrement votre André Lafayette. What nerve? I'll punch him in the nose. I'll tear him apart. I'll break him.
Riley, do you know what this note says?
No. But I don't like it. And when I get hold of this Lafayette...
Oh, relax. This letter's perfectly harmless. Here, I'll translate it for you.
Well, do you know enough French?
Well, I think so. I studied it in school, and I worked on that French boat one summer as a waitress. Let's see. Ma chère mademoiselle. That's my dear miss. Merci.
Wait a minute. You missed the word.
Where?
There. What does that mean? Relay.
That's Riley.
Oh.
Thank you for your lovely flowers. It was very, charming of you. Sincerement, votre mate, Andre Lafayette. Sincerely, Andre Lafayette. You see? Nothing to it.
Why is Babs sending flowers to a strange Frenchman?
He's her French teacher. It says so right here. Votre mate.
I knew it. He's not her teacher. He's her mate. Babs is too young to have a mate.
Mate is French for teacher, master. Now, are you satisfied?
Why is she sending flowers to her teacher?
Oh, one day I cut a lot of sweet peas, and Dad said she'd like to give some to her French teacher at school. What's the harm?
I don't know yet, but before I'm through, there'll be plenty of harm. I'm going to check up
Hi, Bob. Hiya, Mom.
Junior, I want to see you.
What's up?
What do you know about a guy, André Lafayette?
Who? Oh, Lafayette. Oh, he's the French teacher at school. Oh, boy, has Babs got a crush on him.
I knew it. Do you hear that, Peg? Junior, why didn't you report this to me before?
Well,
Why do you think I'm paying you 25 cents a week to spy on Babs? I want reports.
Riley, do you mean to tell me you paid Junior to spy on Babs?
Well, Father's got to know what's going on.
Well, I never heard of such a thing. Spying on Babs. And who've you got spying on Junior?
Babs?
That's the most fantastic. I suppose the next thing you'll hire somebody to spy on me.
No, I attend to that myself.
There's Babs now, Pop, across the street. I can see her through this window.
Where? Let me see. Oh, well, I'm glad to see she's with some nice young fella, not with that old school teacher.
Oh, Riley, get away from that window.
Well, Pop, that is the teacher. That's Monsieur Lafayette.
What? You mean that good-looking young fellow is...
Yeah. Well, the girls think he looks like Charles Boyer.
Yes.
I'm having that window taken out.
He is quite young-looking.
Peg, this is more serious than we thought. First flowers, now he's walking her home.
Oh, well, I'm sure it's all quite harmless.
She's coming in.
Yeah, I'll give that kid a piece of my mind.
Hello, Mother. Hello, Daddy. Hello, Junior. Oh, what a lovely day.
She's punch drunk.
Hello, Mother. Hello, Daddy.
Now, look here, young lady. What's going on between you and this French guy?
What?
Don't pretend I was spying on you through the window.
Please, Daddy. Professor Lafayette is not a guy. He's the most cultured man I've ever met. Why, he was a student at the Sorbonne University.
You've got enough trouble fighting off them students at Fairfax High School.
Babsy, dear, aren't you showing a little too much interest in Mr. Lafayette? I assure you, Mother, my interest in Professor Lafayette is purely platonic. Ours is simply an intellectual relationship. Now, you see, Riley, there's nothing to worry about.
This Lafayette is a man, ain't he? He's alive, ain't he? There's plenty to worry about.
Daddy.
Now, I don't want you to have anything to do with this fella anymore outside of classes, man.
But I invited him to dinner.
You what?
Dear, you might have asked me. Well, I was going to tell you. I didn't ask him until just before.
He ain't stepping into this house. I won't say...
Isn't that a little unusual? Well, he's a bachelor, and he happened to mention casually he hates restaurant food, so...
Uh-huh. A cheap moocher.
He is not a cheap moocher.
Don't tell me. I used to pull the same trick myself.
Well, this isn't the first time he's been invited over to a student's home. Helene Bidwell had him for dinner last week. Well, Riley, don't you think maybe...
No, I stopped thinking. I'm acting. He ain't coming to dinner. My head's made up. Babs, you call him up and tell him he can't come here.
I won't. I'm not a child anymore, and I won't be treated like one. I won't.
What a nasty temper. And you know who she gets it from, too.
Who does she get it from?
Me.
Now, look, Riley, I think you're exaggerating this whole thing.
Peg, I know more about men than you. I've got to break this thing up.
All right, how?
Now let him come. I'll tell him off good.
I won't let you make a scene here either.
I won't make no scene. I'll handle it very diplomatic. You hint?
Oh, I know you and your subtle hints.
Don't you worry. I know exactly what I'm going to say. You see, these Frenchmen are very practical, so I'll say to him, Monsieur Lafayette, if you want any of this Marshall Plan dough, stay away from my daughter. Now, I got it all figured out, Peg. I'll wait for the right opening, and then I'll say, by the way, Professor, don't you agree that there can't be real love when there's a big difference in ages? And then you say...
Oh, this is crazy. Babs isn't in love with the professor.
I ain't taking no chances. So remember, whatever I say, you agree. I'll say...
All right, I'll agree with you.
Oh, there he is.
Mother, he's here. Daddy, put on your coat. Mother, is my hair all right? Fine. Is my hair all right?
Is my hair all right? Is my girdle safe? Who do you think's coming, Leo DeRocher?
Daddy, not so loud.
Let him in already.
Oh, good evening, Monsieur Lafayette.
Ah, bonsoir, Mademoiselle Riley. Enchanté de vous voir.
Hey, look. He's kissing Babs' hand.
That's a French custom. Monsieur Lafayette, I don't believe you know my...
Oh, don't tell me. It could only be your sister. The image of you.
Sister? Oh, no. I'm Babs' mother.
Oh, mais no. Why, such a young and charming mother. Enchanté, madame.
Oh, Monsieur.
Babs, he's kissing your mother's hand.
Daddy, please. This is my father.
Oh, how do you do, monsieur?
I'm fine, and no kissing the hand.
Oh, yes, I see. Yes. Oh, you have a most charming little house here. Oh, these California bungalows are so cozy. I love them.
Speaking of love, Professor, don't you think two
people... Dinner is served.
Oh, Madame Riley, you are a sublime cook. This cuisine, magnifique.
Oh, thank you, Professor. Will you have some more roast?
Oh, I would be most happy. I love Yankee pot roast.
Speaking of love, don't you think two people...
have some more potatoes, Monsieur Lafayette?
Oh, I shouldn't, but I cannot resist. I love potatoes.
Speaking of love, Professor, don't you think...
Some more coleslaw, Monsieur?
Coleslaw?
Speaking of coleslaw, don't you think love is impossible when there's a big difference in ages?
Oh, no, frankly, no. L'amour, she knows no boundaries, neither age nor nationality. It is what is in the heart that counts.
Oh, I don't know about that. What do you think, Peg?
Oh, I agree.
You see, she agrees.
I agree with Monsieur Lafayette.
She's been married to me for 18 years. What does she know about love? Now, I was reading about a case in Tennessee the other day. This guy was 90 years old, and the girl he married was only 15.
Oh, it happens often. May marries December.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be better if May married Sam, her own age? After all, this guy's 90, 6 times her age. Why, when she's only 35, he'll be 210. She wants to go out dancing, but he'd rather stay home with the baby. So what happened? One fine day, she elopes with a kid half his age.
Oh, Daddy, a man 210 is impossible.
Not in Tennessee. But you get what I'm driving at, Professor.
Oh, but of course, oui.
Oh, fine.
Oh, Madame Riley, as we say in French, votre cuisine est très, très superbe.
Oh, merci beaucoup.
Ah, vous parlez français.
Oh, un peu. J'ai étudié à l'école.
Peg,
vous parlez très bien.
J'ai travaillé sur un navire français dans mes vacances quand je suis une jeune fille.
Peg.
Oh, Madame Riley, she speaks French quite well.
Oh, well, a little, but I've forgotten most of it.
You should take lessons. In a few months, you could speak fluently.
Peg.
Lessons? At my age?
Oh, but you are still young. If I did not know you were the mother of 2 children, I would take you for some charming young schoolgirl.
Oh, Monsieur Lafayette. Oh, go on with you.
Yeah, go on with you. It's getting late.
Mother, Monsieur Lafayette tutors privately. Maybe he could give you lessons.
Well, I could find time for just one more pupil.
Oh, could you? I'd love to take lessons.
We can't afford it. I'm the only one in the family that's working.
Oh, that's right. We really can't afford it.
Oh, that is a pity.
Yeah, ain't it?
But you have been so hospitable. I could easily reduce my fee.
Oh, we wouldn't think of it, Professor. After all, we can't expect you to give Peg these valuable lessons just for free eats, could we, Peg, eh?
Oh, of course not.
But why not? Every night I eat in a cafe. It costs me $2, and I charge for lessons $2. So I come here twice a week, give a lesson, and eat an excellent dinner. Voila!
Just a
Oh,
minute.
that's a wonderful idea, Mother.
Just a minute.
Oh, yes, I think it's a perfect arrangement. As long as Monsieur Lafayette doesn't mind.
Why should I mind?
Just a minute. We're going too fast here.
Oh, what's the matter, Daddy? Don't you get it?
I get it. I'm getting it good. And I don't like it.
Now, dear, only the other day you said a wife should have other interests besides housework.
Yeah, but...
It's all settled. You'll come for dinner tomorrow, Monsieur Lafayette.
Okay, Monsieur Riley?
Okay, Monsieur. But when you're giving my young and charming wife those lessons, just remember one thing. Lafayette, I am here.
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Well, Ken, everyone's spreading the good news about Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Yes, Prell's making shampoo news in 2 ways.
First, Prell spells glamour for dull, drab hair, because Prell leaves hair more radiant than any soap shampoo. It can't leave a dulling soap film. Prell brings out those gleaming natural highlights, leaves your hair soft, smooth, easy to manage.
Second, Prell removes unsightly dandruff quickly in as little as 3 minutes. Doctors' examinations proved it.
And that Prell tube's wonderful, too. No bottles to break, no waste or spill. It's easy to use.
Prell's economical, too. You use less, get more lather. So try the new Radiant Cream Shampoo. Ask for...
Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. Prell shampoo.
Buy Prell Shampoo. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. For 3 weeks now, Monsieur Lafayette, the handsome young French teacher, has been giving Mrs. Riley French lessons. And Riley has become a brooding, jealous husband. It's 3 weeks later.
Hey, I'm home.
Bonsoir, Papa. Bonsoir.
What?
Comment ça va, mon père?
Hmm?
Oh, Riley, bonsoir, mon cher. Vous êtes arrivé de bonne heure.
I ain't got a family anymore. It's the Foreign Legion.
Dear, Monsieur Lafayette's trying out a new system. On the night that he comes here, he wants me to speak only French.
Peg, I won't stand for it. It's bad enough you're speaking it. Now the kids are speaking it. Next thing you know, I'll be speaking French.
Oh, what's wrong with that, Daddy?
I can't even speak English yet.
Oh, be a sport, dear. It's the only way I can learn. Alors, asseyez-vous.
Okay, have it your way. But I'm warning you, Peg. I got my pay today. And if you want any of it, you better ask for it in English or I'll pay you off in French.
Daddy, you're a scream.
Sarah, what are you laughing at? This is all your fault. You hadn't had a crush on this supper swindler.
Oh, that's Monsieur Lafayette.
Bonsoir, madame.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Lafayette.
Monsieur Riley, comment allez-vous?
I ain't going in no alley. I'm staying right here. Let's eat.
Bon.
Bones for you. Meat for me.
Well, dinner's ready. Let's all sit down.
N'oubliez pas, madame, ce soir on parle seulement français. Entendu?
Oh, oui.
Don't include me in that we.
Alors, dites-moi, madame, qu'est-ce que c'est que vous avez fait aujourd'hui?
Aujourd'hui, je me suis levée de bonne heure.
Please pass the pepper.
Et après, je suis allée au bon marché.
Et vous avez acheté quelque chose?
Please, pass the pepper.
J'ai acheté des légumes, de bœuf, des pommes de terre, de salade.
Please, passe the pepper.
Well, Pop, which do you want, the Times or the news?
Not the paper, the pepper. I'm talking French.
Oh.
Well, I don't have to stay here and be laughed at in my own house.
Now, Riley, wait. Where are you going?
I'm sick and tired of this. I'm going over and eat my dinner at Lum Fang's Ming Toy Garden. where everybody is 100% American. One power. Oh, what a mess. That Monsieur Lafayette. I wish I knew some way I could ship him back to France.
I know a very cheap way, believe me.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Oh, I got trouble, Digger. Digger, do you speak French?
No, but I'm quite fluent in Latin and Greek. I prefer the dead languages. What's plaguing you, dear chap?
Well, there's this French guy giving Peg lessons. He comes to my house twice a week. I can't stand Frenchmen.
Riley, you must be tolerant of all nationalities. Now take me. Frenchman, Italian, Swedes, American. I make no distinction. I put everybody on the same level.
Well, I think Peg's getting a crush on him. These foreigners, you know, they got away with women.
I know what you mean. Once my wife had a crush on a crafty young Arab, Ali Ben Massa. But I ended the matter.
Yeah? What happened?
Massa's in the cold, cold ground.
Oh, I'd like to fix that Lafayette.
Then flatly forbid him to come to your house. Tell him you've had enough of his Gallic job.
You're right, Digger. It's time I told him to go. I'll put him in his place, all right.
And if you fail, come to me. I know just the place to put him.
It's too late tonight, but next time he comes to the house, it'll be his last time.
Be careful how you handle him. Be firm but tactful.
Yeah, I'll fix him. I'll be waiting inside the door. When he knocks on the door, I'll open it. I'll grab him by the seat of the pants and say, au revoir, monsieur.
Bully. What does it mean?
That means goodbye in French.
Oh, I can save you a lot of trouble. When he comes to the door, why not confront him and say, Digger Odell.
Digger Odell?
Goodbye in any language. Oh, I dug that one up. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Where do these Rileys live, Andre? Oh, just a few blocks from here. Oh, look at that stupid driver coming down. Hey, look out. Hey, look where you're going. What's the matter? You're blind, you big jerk. Hey, did you see that, George? Watch yourself, Andre. Some of your pupils live around here. Wouldn't sound so hot, Monsieur Andre Lafayette talking with a Brooklyn accent. I can't help it. Whenever I get excited, I forget myself. I start talking in the mother tongue. Pure green fern. It's amazing. You're a Ph.D., a graduate of NYU and the Sorbonne in Paris, and you still talk like a mutt. Well, when you lived in Brooklyn most of your life like I done, your mother and your father and your brothers all talk like this. It gets in your blood. You never get rid of it. Well, how'd you pick up this phony French accent? I had to make a buck. Oh, what I went through. I'd walk in for an interview with a school board and I'd say, how do you do, gentlemen? I understand there's an opening for a French professor. I believe I'm qualified to do the work. I couldn't get a teaching job nowhere. They wouldn't even listen to me. Well, Nance. So then I get this idea. I went to see a Charles Fourier picture one night, and I come out talking like this with a French accent. So Andy Lafferty from Brooklyn became André Lafayette de Paris. Ah, voila, there is the house.
Now, have you got it straight, Junior?
Yeah, as soon as the professor shows up tonight, I tell him you want to see him.
Oh, yeah, and don't tell your mother he's here, not till I finish my business with him.
What's going on, Pop?
Well, you'll understand better when you're married, son. You see, people say we're civilized, but we still got to live by the law of the jungle, where every beast protects his own nest. You may look on me as your father, but underneath, I'm really a beast.
Hey, Pop, it's him.
Ah, he's early. Good. Now, watch how I handle him, son. It'll be good experience for you.
Ah, bonsoir, monsieur.
Come in, Professor.
Oh, madame, she is home.
No.
But the lesson.
There ain't going to be no more lessons. You're through.
I do not understand. Perhaps you are not satisfied. We are not making enough progress.
We're making enough progress. We're making a little bit too much progress.
But what is wrong?
I had enough of your fancy French ways.
But, monsieur...
I've seen the way you operate. Gobbling up my free meals and then munching my wife's fingers for dessert.
Oh, but that is merely a continental custom. In Paris...
Don't tell me about Paris. I know all about Paris. I had friends in the army there. I was overage, but the things they wrote me, I almost enlisted myself.
Now, just a minute, Monsieur Riley. You have no right.
I'm wise to you, Lafayette. You and your garlic charm. I know your type, sneaking into happy homes and trying to break them up. But it won't work here, see? My wife don't want no part of you, and neither do I. So beat it.
You have dinner. You dare accuse me.
I ain't accusing you. I'm telling you. Get out.
Don't push me. Don't
beat
push
it
me.
before I punch your pretty face in. And I'm the guy that can do it.
Ah, your father's mustache.
Junior, whose side are you on? Who said that? Somebody said... You said it. You said your father's mustache. You speak perfect English.
No. I was just speaking an American idiom.
I may be an American idiot, but I know Brooklyn.
Okay, you win, Mac. But please, this is confidential. You see, I wasn't born in France. I just studied there. I'm from Brooklyn. My real name is Andy Lafferty.
Andy? You're from... You ain't really a French... Oh, wait a peg is about this.
Riley, oh, for heaven's sake. Oh, bonsoir, monsieur.
One sour, monsieur.
Daddy, what's the big joke?
I'll tell you. I'll show you. Monsieur, tell Madame Riley what you said to me. You know, those 3 little words.
What word?
Come on, Professor, or I'll go and tell the school board.
What did you say, Monsieur Lafayette?
Oh, your father's mustache.
Monsieur! Why, you speak just like Riley.
Yeah. Now he's got just as much charm as I have.
What a revolting development this is.
Oui.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. Millions prefer new Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in a handy tube. From Brooklyn, New York, Mrs. Vera Lynch writes,
My husband said my hair is really glorious since Prell, and it's true. Now my hair is soft as silk, bright with radiance. I'm really thrilled with Prell's results.
And you'll thrill to Prell, too, once you see how radiant Prell leaves your hair, how quickly it removes unsightly dandruff. Buy it. Try it. You'll sing about
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Well, Andy, old pal, don't worry about a thing. We'll keep your little secret confidential, and you're welcome here as long as you want.
Yeah, but I thought, well, before you accused me of... Well, I mean, you were worried about...
That was before, when you were a Frenchman. But now that I know you're just a phony from Brooklyn, we're pals for life. Passez la meatballs, Andy.
Here you are, Riley.
And you know, Andy, I might take a few lessons from you, too. Not only in French, but I'd like to learn some of those Paris customs. You know, bowing and nibbling and the lady fingers. And...
I could just see you.
Yeah, what's so funny? I could do it just as good as Andy. Here, Peg, give me a paw. I'll show you.
Oh, stop. Riley. Oh.
There.
You bit me.
Excusez-moi. Or as we French say, sorry, Dave.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Reuben Schiff and Alan Lipscott. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker. And remember, for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L. Prell Shampoo.
Listen, everybody, no matter what your job, housewife, mechanic, office worker, salesman, you need Lava soap to get dirty hands sparkling clean in 30 to 50 seconds. 50,000 tiny scrubbers in every inch of Lava's snowy lather remove the deep, ground-in dirt from skin crevices around fingernails. Get the grime and grease ordinary wash-ups miss. And Lava is wonderful for cleaning children's grubby, grimy knees and elbows. Amazingly gentle, too. And say, Here's a sensational offer. Lava will send you 12 large-size gladiolus bulbs, guaranteed to bloom this year or your money back. All you do is this. Simply mail 25 cents in coin and 1 Lava Soap box front with your name and address to Lava Soap, Cincinnati 1, Ohio. Still easier, your dealer has convenient order blanks. This offer, good everywhere in the United States except Montana, is made for a limited time only. So hurry, send now. The address, Lava Soap, Cincinnati 1, Ohio.
This is Ken Niles. Listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog is Lum. I believe you're right.
Now, see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the mystery of the strange disappearance of Lum and Cedric is still unsolved. Neither the police nor the townsfolk have discovered any helpful clues. Even Mousy Gray, who has turned detective, has failed to produce any worthwhile information. And if Lum doesn't return soon, Abner is faced with the prospect of losing his home and the store, because he mortgaged both of them to raise money for Lum's bail. As we look in on the little community today, we find a woeful Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library talking to Grandpappy Spears. Listen.
Well, howdy. Morning, Grandpap. Come on in.
Yeah, what are you doing there, Abner? Painting a sign?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Pretty nice work. What's it for? Picnic or sociable or something?
No, nothing like that.
Yeah, let me read that.
Don't get so close there. That paint's still wet.
I ain't got on my spectacles.
You're going to have it on your nose there if you don't back off from that board a little.
Big closing out sale. Well, I do know. Having a sale, huh?
Yeah.
Everything must go. Prices cut half in two. Oh, you can't do it, Abner.
I am doing it.
Well, what do you mean closing out sale?
Just what it says on there, Grandpap.
You ain't closing out the Jot 'em Down store, are you?
Why, sure. I don't know what else I can do. Going to lose the store anyway, so I just figured I might as well get all I can out of it first.
Going to lose it?
Why, sure.
Oh, sassafras.
Well, it's the truth. Me and Lum mortgaged the store to get money for Lum's bail. And the fact is, I mortgaged my house, too. And
I heard that.
Well, Squire tells me now that if Lum don't come back, why, we'll lose everything we put up.
Well, I do know.
And I don't think Lum's ever coming back. If he was, he'd be back by now. And even if he did come back, I'd tell him to get right out of town again as fast as he could.
Tell him to get out of town?
Why, sure.
And lose your store and home?
Yes, sir.
Well, what in the world would you want to do a silly thing like that for?
Why, call them police fellers, that Mr. Adams and Mr. Fremont's just dying to get their hands on Lum.
Natural.
And from the way they talk, while Lum ain't got a chance in the world of getting out of this now. He'll get sent to the penitentiary for the rest of his life, just sure as the world.
Yeah, well, he has made himself look awful suspicious running off this way, I'll say that much.
Course he has. Oughtn't to ever did it.
Jiminy, that Lum can get himself into more trouble than any one feller I ever run up again my whole life. I don't know what's the matter with him anyway.
Well, now, it weren't Lum's fault, Grandpap. Is that Dodge and E. Smith is who it was. He's the one that was running that counterfeiting outfit. And he got Lum into this on a purpose, too.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
But Lum ought to know better than to get mixed up in an unlegal thing like that.
Well, he never knows what he's getting into. He thought them was pamphlets on right living that he's delivering. He never knowed they's counterfeit money.
Yeah, but he ought to found that out before every went traipsing all over the country with them bundles.
Aw.
Well, I knowed all the time that was counterfeit money.
How did you know that?
Well, I I believe that's your ring, Abner.
How did you know what was in them packages?
That is your telephone ringing, Abner.
All right, I'll get it. I still don't think that you know, though. Just make it. Hello. Got 'em downstairs library. Abner Peabody doing the talking. Oh, howdy, Caleb. No, still ain't heard a word from either one of 'em. Yeah, me too, Caleb. Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll let you know the minute I find out anything. I'll call you right up. But not at all. Goodbye.
Caleb, we hunt, huh?
Yeah, doggies, he just worn himself half to death over Cedric disappearing. Calls up here every 10 minutes, looks like.
Yeah, well, you can't blame him.
No.
Cedric ought never to run away from home without telling his papa where he's going. Ought never to have broke out of jail, neither.
Well, of course, Cedric never know that he's done nothing wrong.
Oh, sassafras, he's old enough to know better than that.
Well, he never, though, Grandpa.
Just the same, if I was old Caleb, I'd take that boy over my knee right now and give him a good thrashing's what I'd do.
Well, how could he do that? He don't even know where Cedric's at.
That's right, ain't it?
Why, sure. And besides, that Cedric's road to where he's a lot bigger than his papa. I don't think Caleb could put him across his knee.
No, well, he could horse with him. He could do that.
Oh, well, boy. Just be quiet, Grandpap. Just get off the subject.
Do you reckon Lum and Cedric's all summers together?
I don't know. I hope they're, though. That way, why, Cedric will have somebody to tell him what to do, and Lum will have a car to ride in.
Yeah.
I'd hate to think of Lum having to walk all the way to Mexico.
Yeah, that would... Mexico?
Yeah. No more likely that's where he went. I know every time he gets himself in trouble, he always says that's where he's going. Fact is, I think that's where I'm going, too.
You're going to Mexico?
Yeah. Just as quick as I get the store sold out, I'm going. Going to take the money I get from here and pack up Elizabeth and little Pearl, just head right out for the border.
Pack them up? What do you mean, pack them up?
Why, load them in the car, pack up their belongings, and head out of here.
So she's aiming on packing them with the furniture, the way you're talking?
Oh, of course not. Ain't going to take no furniture.
Oh, prattle, you never will go to Mexico. You know, you're just talking there.
I will do it. Told you I was going to lose my house anyway, so I got to move somewhere. And I just figured I might as well move down there where Lum's at, and him and me can start up partnerships and some kind of a business again.
Yeah, what kind of business would you go in down Mexico?
Well, I don't know.
You can't even talk Mexican.
I don't know how they talk down there. Ain't never been there. Don't know whether I can or not. Ain't never tried it. Might talk it good. More likely going to grocery business, I reckon, as long as we got some experience along that line. Might just have a Mexican grocery store selling avocados and things.
Sell what? Come over that again, Abner.
Avocados, I believe they call them.
What's that?
Why, it's Mexican vegetable or something, I reckon. I've heard Lum talk about them. Sell avocados and bananas and carambas and boneless noches and things like that.
Oh, Mexican vegetable, huh?
Yeah, I reckon there. I've heard of them names someplace. I don't know.
Wonderful world.
Wonderful? Oh, my goodness. Lum!
Well, for goodness sakes, Lum Eater.
Why, Lum!
Where in the world have you been? We've been looking everywhere for you.
Why, sure we have, Lum.
Well, don't carry on like you seen a ghost. It's just me.
I can't believe it. Let me look at you.
Yeah, surprised you didn't.
Doggies, you just might not scared me to death.
Was you uneasy about me?
Why, Lum, we've looked every place in the world for it. Fact is, I'd plumb give up on you ever coming back. I hate to admit it now, but look at this sign I was printing on here.
What are you doing putting on a closing out sale?
Well, I just figured, Lum, that you wasn't coming back, and I was just going to close out the store, meet you down in Mexico.
I aim to come back all the time, but I was scared to tell you where I was going, feared you'd blab it all over town.
Well, I'll swan to goodness, don't you never run off that way again, not tell me where you're going, you hear me? Yeah, Swan Lum, you outdo any one feller I ever seen in my life. Well, here, wait a minute. You can't stand out here. Yeah, come on, get behind that counter and hide till we can sneak you out of town.
Oh, wait, I didn't come back just to hide.
Well, now, they'll get you to shore of the world, Lum.
Yeah, around there. They're hot on your trail.
Yeah, Mr. Adams and Mr. Fremont, they're hunting high and low for you.
Well, call them up and tell them to stop hunting, because here I am. Tell them to come over here and get me.
No, now, you don't know what you're saying. Them fellers is fixing to send you to the penitentiary for the rest of your life.
I'll take my chances on that. You call them up and tell them I want to give myself up.
No, sir, now, you ain't going to do that now, Lum. Come on, get behind this counter and hide now. Come on, go on.
Yeah, you better go on, Lum.
Get on over there now.
Abner, quit shoving me.
Well,
I ain't going to hide no place. I can take care of myself all right. I know what I'm doing.
No, you don't either. Now, you do what I say, Lum.
You back from Mexico already, Lum? Mexico? I ain't been to Mexico. I've been to St. Louis. Oh, must have been somebody else that went to Mexico then, Abner. What do you look like, Abner? Do you have a mustache like Lum?
Grandpap, we ain't got time to talk about that. Now, come on, Lum, get behind that counter. Now, please, before Mr. Evans or Mr. Fremont come along. They come in here all the time.
Well, let them come. They're exactly the fellers I come back to see. If you just give me a chance to talk for a minute, I'd explain a few things to you.
There ain't no time to explain nothing now, and you standing out here.
Yes, there is, Abner. Leave me alone. First thing I want to tell you about is a big surprise I brung back.
Surprise?
Yes, sir.
Well, Lum, that was awful thoughty of you to bring me something, but I'll look at it later. Now, we got to concentrate on getting you out of here right now.
No, Abner, I told you I weren't going to do no hiding.
Oh, me.
I went away for a certain purpose, and now I've come back to give myself up and stand trial.
Stand trial?
Of course I'm going to stand trial.
Oh, you better not. Well,
I figure I got a pretty good chance now on account of this surprise I brung back. And if you'll just hush up for a minute, I'll show it to you.
Yeah, but now, Lum...
All right, Cedric, bring it in.
Cedric? Our dog, is he with you?
Is Cedric back, too? Where in the world's he been?
Yeah.
He was in St. Louis with me.
Oh, with you, huh?
Well, wait a minute. Let me show you my surprise, and then I'll tell you all about everything.
Yeah,
you better call up Caleb and let him know right away, Abner.
Yeah,
He's awful anxious and uneasy about Cedric.
Yeah, and Cedric was with you all the time, was he, Lum?
Of course he was.
Well...
Now, you fellers close your eyes till I tell you to open them. Go ahead, do as I say.
All right, but we're wasting a lot of time, Lum.
This is going to be a surprise. All right, come on, Cedric, hurry up.
Yes, Mama, I hear you. I'm coming.
Can we open our eyes yet, Lum?
Not quite. That's it, Cedric. Whoa, right there. That's good, right there.
Yes, Mama.
All right. Abner, Granddad, go ahead, open your eyes.
Doggy, this is just like Christmas. Well, for goodness sakes. Diogenes Smith.
In person.
Wonderful world, Diogenes.
Andy, you know what that music says?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall.
The Amos and Andy Show, transcribed, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosher, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Fred Clark, Roy Glenn, Will Wright, Vince Townsend, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy!
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I am Charles Correll. You know, everyone has his own pet way of relieving the misery of a cold. But the best remedy that I know is Rexall Anapac. The reason is that Anapac combines antihistamine with APC compound. And that way, you get both quick relief from cold symptoms and also from the headache and fever that frequently accompany a cold. So the next time a cold hits you, take Anapac as directed on the label. That's ANAPAC, Anapac, at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Well, 2 years ago, the Mystic Knights of the Sea held their annual convention in St. Louis. Last year, it was in New York. And this year, the delegates are convening in Los Angeles, California. The New York chapter of this great fraternal organization has voted $1,500 to send the Kingfish and his wife with Andy as a delegate. This is the furthest away any of them have been away from home. And naturally, there's a great deal of excitement as Mama sees them off at the 125th Street station.
Oh, children, I'm so excited. Where's the train? Where is that train?
Doris, would you tell Mama not to stand so close to the track? The train might come in and hit her.
Yeah.
another step back. What are you waiting for? Here comes the train.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Step back, Mama. All right, all right.
Well, here we is. There's a good old train going to carry us out west. Let's get on board. Andy done already got on at the Grand Central Station. He on the train already.
Oh, here comes the porter to help us with the bag. Oh, I'm so excited.
May I help you?
Yes, we is in compartment C, porter. This bag is ours, this bag is ours, and this one, and this one.
Fine. Now, what about this big, fat, overstuffed one here?
That's my mom-in-law. She ain't going...
Watch it, son-in-law. One more crack like that, and you're going to pine box it to California and the baggage coach ahead. Well, Mama dear, this is goodbye for a while. My baby is going
Take it easy there, Mama. You sound like roundup time at the slaughterhouse.
Well, goodbye, Mama. Goodbye, my darling.
And goodbye, Mama dear. And take care of your sweet self.
Oh, thank you, George. Why, that's the nicest thing you ever said to me.
Yeah, well, climb up the steps there, Sapphire. Here we go. The train about to move. There we go.
Goodbye! Goodbye!
Goodbye, Mama, you big fat pig.
How could you say that to Mama?
Well, I can afford to say it now, Sapphire. The train is moving.
Well, George, I'm ready for bed. You can get in the berth now.
Yeah, let me get my things off. Hey, wait a minute here. You didn't leave no space for me to hang my clothes.
What you mean, George?
Well, now look at that, Sapphire. Your bustle's hanging on one hook, your transformation on another one, and your overstuffed camisole on another one. If we had a train wreck, they'd find more of you on the hooks than in the berth. Well, Porter, thanks for a lovely trip. I left a little something for you back under the pillow in the compartment.
Thank you, sir.
George, what did you leave for the porter?
Nothing, Sapphire, but by the time he goes through those bedclothes, we'll be out of the station. Thank you, Doorman. Just put the suitcases down there. I'll take care of you when we leave. This is a nice room. Thank you, bellboy. You can put the ice water on the dresser. I'll take care of you when we leave.
George Stevens, why do you tell everybody you take care of them when you leave? Them same boys won't be on duty when we leave the hotel.
Well, that's my system. When we leave, I'll tell the fella that's on duty then that we took care of the other boys when we arrived. Well, I tell you, when I checks out at the hotel to help us all beating each other to death for 2 weeks afterwards.
I see. Well, George, I'm going to get unpacked and get over to the convention hall.
Yeah, well, now look, honey, while I think of it, would you let me have our expense money and our railroad tickets so I can put it in my wallet for safekeeping?
No, sir, George. No, sir. I'm holding on to the money and the tickets. I'm making sure they're safe. I got them pinned right here in my camisole.
Yeah, well, that big wad do fill you out nice. Trouble is, the more you dip into the bankroll, the more you loses your figure. Look here, now, I'm a man. You better let me have the money.
No, sir, George Stevens. I'm keeping that money right here in my camisole.
Now, wait a minute, honey. You know the performance you have to go through to get it out. I don't want you gypsy rose me and every time I want to buy a cup of coffee. I demand that you give me the money for safekeeping.
All right, George. Here you is.
Yeah, that's better.
But let me tell you something. If you lose this money, you're going to have to answer to me, and there's going to be plenty of trouble. You hear that, you bum?
All right. I'm going down the hall and see Anna. Oh, me, her mouth has been on Standard Time, Central Time, Mountain Time, and Pacific Time. She's been yapping in every time zone from Albany to Albuquerque. Well, Andy, how do you like the hotel we're staying at here?
Oh, I like it. Especially that American plan.
Yeah, Andy, it's nice to have the meals come with the price of the room.
Oh, yeah. I noticed the meal schedule on the back of the door. Breakfast 7 to 11, lunch 12 to 3, and supper 4 to 8. Look like I ain't going to be away from the table more than 3 hours a day.
Yeah, when you see that sign, American plan, it really brings out your patriotism, don't it, boy?
Oh, okay, do, yes, sir. Hey, Kingfish, you got my expense money and the return ticket. I'd like to have them.
Now, wait a minute, Andy. Look here, I'm going to hang on to them.
Yeah, but in the past, you has been known to get tickets and stuff mixed up.
Now, what you talking about, boy? Just mention one time that I ever got tickets mixed up.
Well, how about that time old brother Jackson passed on? You were supposed to ship him back to Georgia for the funeral. And what'd you do?
What?
You sent him on a beautiful 2-week cruise to Bermuda.
Oh.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Bismarex is a good example. This popular antacid with the exclusive Rexall formula often neutralizes excess stomach acidity within 1 minute. And Bismarex contains special ingredients that work in a continuous relay, easing gastric distress, soothing and protecting irritated stomach membranes. That's why Bismarex gives both fast and prolonged relief from acid-upset stomach or acid indigestion. Keep it in your family medicine chest. Bismarex. BISMA-REX. At Rexall drugstores everywhere.
And so, fellow brothers of this great convention, if you will follow this course, I will lead you people down the path of victory. I thank you.
Fine speech you made, Kingfish.
Well, thank you, Brother Davison. Well, I'll see you boys later. Going up to the room, rest up. Well, I fooled the brothers again. Little do they know that I swiped that speech from Tom Dewey back in 1944. I was give it now at 8 convention. All in all, I done a lot better with it than he done.
Well, Brother Stevens from New York. Glad to see you. How are you, boy? How are you? Ha, ha, ha!
Don't slap me on the back like that, mister. I got a loose bridge here. My bicuspid's liable to end up grinning at you from the linoleum.
We haven't met before, but I'm Robbie Richards, chairman of the Welcoming Committee.
Oh, chairman of the... Oh, excuse me. How you do? How you do, sir? Glad to know you.
Now, look, confidentially, Stevens, I want to put you wise to something.
Well, thanks just the same, Brother Richards, but my wife's along.
No, not that. It's just that a lot of sharpies work these conventions, you know, a lot of con men.
Oh, yeah.
Matter of fact, some of the brothers got taken pretty bad last year in New York.
Yeah, well, don't worry about me. I got my wallet in my back pocket here, and just for protection, I got a big fish hook right over it. If anybody goes for it, they'll get gaffed like a flounder.
Well, I'll tell you what, friend. I've been helping out a few of the brothers by taking their money and the tickets and putting them here in the Hotel C. Now, I'd be mighty glad to do it for you, too, friend.
Yeah, put it in the Hotel C. Yeah, well, as long as you on the committee, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah, let me get it out here. There you is. There's our tickets and $1,200 in there.
Fine. Now, anytime you want it, it'll be in the hotel safe under my name, Robert Richards.
Oh, thank you, sir. But say, Miss Richards, before you go, would you mind taking this fish hook out of my hand here? Well, come on, Andy. let's go up to the desk here. I want to get some money out of my wallet.
Yeah, you know, that was nice of that Bobby Richards to put the money in the safe under his name. Nice of the fellow to good Samaritanate you like that, you know it?
Oh, yeah. Well, here he is. I'll talk to him. Excuse me, Mr. Desk Clerk. I is Kingfish Stevens of the New York delegation. I'd like to get some money out of my wallet.
Your wallet?
Yeah, it's here in the hotel safe under the name of Robert Richards.
Robert Richards. I'll go check.
Oh, yeah, and when this fellow Robert Richards come up to me, I knew he was a real nice fella. I could tell by the way he was dressed. He was wearing a checkered vest and spats.
Spats, huh?
What's wrong, Andy?
The last fella I seed wearing spats. I give him $62 and he sold me the Essex agency in Vancouver.
Don't be so... Wait a minute, Andy. Here come the clerk back.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Stevens, but there's nothing in our safe under the name of Robert Richards.
Well, that's fine. Nothing in the safe under that name?
No.
Say, Kingfish, I never felt one of these California earthquakes, but I got a feeling this is the way they begin.
I see what has happened. Mister, would you check under the name of George Stevens?
When I went back, I already did that.
Did that, huh? Then would you do me a favor and go back there and check under the name of Mortimer Hoggensmeller?
Very well.
Say, Kingfish, who in the world is Mortimer Hoggensmeller?
I ain't got the faintest idea, Andy, but it's just one last shot in the dark, boy.
Kingfish, what is you going to do? We are stranded 3,000 miles away from New York with no money.
Yeah, Andy, I got in a long-distance call now for Algonquin J. Calhoun in New York.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Good old Calhoun. Yeah, he ought to come to our rescue.
Oh, yeah, Andy, I tell you, wait a minute. Hello?
This is the hotel operator. We're ready on your New York call.
Yeah, put it right through then.
Hello. Calhoun speaking.
Hello, this is Los Angeles.
Hiya, Lois. What's new?
No, Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah. Hiya, Miss Anderson.
Hello.
Who's this?
The Kingfish.
Listen, Kingfish, would you get off the phone? I'm trying to make a date with a gal, yeah.
No. It ain't no gal, it's me.
Kingfish, I wouldn't go out with you if you were the last person on earth.
Hello, Calhoun. I'm calling from California. Can't you hear me?
Oh, Kingfish, how's the convention?
Fine. You sure you can hear me now?
Clear as a bell.
Is I talking loud enough?
Coming in clear.
I need $500.
We must have a bad connection.
Calhoun, didn't you hear what I just said?
No, couldn't understand a word of it. Besides that, I'm broke.
Now listen, Calhoun, I can't go into details, but some shopper here done got all our money in our railroad tickets. Me and Ann and Sapphire spent it out here in Los Angeles. Now we got to get home. This is the last day of the convention.
Well, now look, why don't you cash a check at the hotel desk and get enough money to pay the hotel bill and buy the railroad tickets home? Just draw a check on your New York bank account.
Yeah, that's a wonderful idea, cash a check, but there's only one little hitch.
What's that?
I ain't got no New York bank account.
Well, Kingfish, if I know it was you, that ain't gonna stop you.
Yeah, well, I'll think of something. I'll see you when I get back.
Yeah, but there's just one more thing, Kingfish.
What's that?
Tell that Lois gal if she ever comes to New York to look me up.
All right. Hey, Andy, Calhoun has got a great idea.
Yes, huh?
I'm going to cash a check at the hotel desk and get enough money to buy the tickets back to New York.
Well, Kingfish, I don't know about this check cashing business. We're liable to end up staying in California as guests of the state in that place they call San Quinine.
Now, here is your Rexall family druggist.
If you're taking vitamins, take the kind that gives you 3 big extras, plus red vitamin B12. And that means take Rexall Plentimans. The multivitamin capsules that give you 10 important vitamins, plus B12, plus liver concentrate and iron. Among the 10, Plentimans give you more than your daily minimum requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established. Remember that your health, your looks, your ability to earn a living, all may be affected by failure to supplement your diet with a dependable, protective, yet non-fattening multivitamin product. So do what thousands are doing. Switch to Plentimans. Plenamins. Plentimans. Sold on a strict money-back guarantee at a cost of only pennies per day at Rexall drug stores everywhere.
Oh, come on, Andy. Now, listen. Sapphire's up in a room with her bags packed. This has got to work.
Well, I don't like this, Kingfish. I is kind of scared.
Now, look, Andy, all we do is cash a check at the hotel's desk here, pay our bill, and get back to New York. When we gets back, we'll cover the check.
Well, what are we going to cover it with, a blanket?
Well, it won't be no trouble, Andy. We'll raise the money when we get back there. Now, besides that, in case the fellows ask too many questions here, I has writ up a letter of credit here in my pocket. I got it right with me.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, well, hey, there's the manager over at the desk there.
Yeah, let me handle the situation. Pardon me, Mr. Manager. We're just checking out.
Yeah, so we're leaving right away.
Very well. I'll be glad to take care of you.
My name is George Kingfish Stevens, the big New York Mongol. This is Miss Brown. As you got our bill totalized?
Stevens. Oh, yes, here we are. $208.64.
Oh, a mere spittance. I'd like to pay the thing by check.
You want to pay by check?
No, yeah. You happen to have a blank check there?
Yes. I have a lot of blank checks here in the drawer. Which one do you want?
Well, them blue ones there looks kind of nice. Yeah, give us one of them, mister.
You want a blue one?
You have to excuse Mr. Brown. He was one of the musicians in the parade yesterday, and he bent over to look at the music and got his head caught between the cymbals, you see. It's still vibrating on him there.
Yeah, I was a mess.
Yeah, mister, now... is you got a blank check there on the Irving Trust Company?
Irving Trust Company. Yes, here you are.
Mm-hmm. By the way, would you mind if I made out the check for just a shade over the amount of the bill? We got a few gratuities that we got to take care of before we leave.
Yes. A gratuit here and a gratuit there. It all adds up.
Mr. Stevens, I don't know whether you're aware of this or not, but it happens to be the practice of this hotel to call your bank in New York and check your account.
You say you're going to call our bank in New York. Well, the thing is that Andy, come back here. Where are you going?
Well, I just thought this was as good a time as any to gratuit out of here.
Now, Mr. Stevens, you certainly don't mind me calling your bank. All I want to do is have someone tell me whether this check is good or not.
Yeah, just a minute. Say, Andy, is this check any good?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, you was missing. Don't save your phone call.
I'm sorry. We'll still need some verification of your credit from an official of the bank.
Oh, my credit. Well, now, I'm glad you mentioned that. Just so happens that before I left New York, I took the pre-casualty of getting a letter of credit.
Oh, well, a letter of credit, eh? Well, that's fine. You know, for a moment, I thought you two fellows were trying to get away with cashing a bad check.
What do you say, Andy?
Yeah. Kingfish.
Oh, yeah.
I know we was all laughing here, but these ha-has ain't as jovial as they should be, you know that?
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. Let me read you the letter of credit here.
Yeah, this'll fix us up good.
Say here at the top of the letter here, official, bona fide, genuine, dyed-in-the-wool letter of credit.
That's the real thing, all right, mister.
Then I say here, to whom it may concern, especially hotel clerks, sheriffs, policemen, and all other filthy minions of the law. Say here, this is to certify that the Barry George Stevens ain't no broken-down bum. He got a wire to door in our bank and a bulging safety deposit box that we ain't been able to jam shut for the past 3 years. In view of the above true facts, please extend unlimited credit whenever he finds himself in a jam. Irvin Trust Company. Signed at the bottom here by the president. Yours affectionately, Irv.
Convention jokesters. This is a good one you're pulling on me.
No, good one?
Yes. This is funnier than the time the American Legion dumped that bucket of water on my head. Irving Trust Company signed Irv.
Yeah, this is a good joke.
Letter of credit. Oh, you two are a couple of natural-born clowns.
What happened, Kingfish?
Don't stand there. Laugh, clown, laugh.
Kingfish, what is we doing down here but a railroad station? We ain't got no tickets.
Now, look, Andy, we got to find some way to get back to New York. And I think I got an angle.
Yeah, but what about Sapphire?
Well, I just couldn't face Sapphire, so I left a note for her back at the hotel, Andy, to wire her mama for money.
Oh.
The old walrus will come through for Sapphire, but she'll never do it for me, you see.
Boy, this is a mess if ever I seen one.
Yeah, well, come on, Andy. I think I got an idea how we can get back to New York in style.
Well, I'll say one thing, Kingfish. This is the fast train we is on.
Yes, Andy. This is the life. And the wonderful part of it is we got nice accommodations here, too.
Whoa! Whoa, bossy, whoa. Move over. You crowding us, bossy. Kingfish, you call these nice accommodations a cattle car?
Now, look, Andy. Behind us is a refrigerator car. And ahead of us is a tank car full of pickle brine. Now, take your choice, Andy. How does you want to arrive in New York? Stiff, smelly, or sour?
Well, I guess we made the smart choice at that. Oh, me. Only thing is, Kingfish, I is getting hungry.
Well, why don't you milk one of our fellow travelers and we'll have breakfast then? Well, Andy Brown, I ain't never heard a story like this. You and the Kingfish coming all the way from Los Angeles in a cattle car.
Yeah, Amos, it took us 6 whole days.
That was an awful experience.
Yeah, and on top of everything else, the cattle got restless and was looking for somebody to take their temper out on. Me and the Kingfish had to spend half of one night mooing to let them know we was one of them.
You say it all started when the Kingfish give the money and the tickets to this Robbie Richards, who turned out to be a swindler.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Sapphire got home all right. I know she been home for 3 days now.
Yeah, I know it. The Kingfish is up there now. He finally got up enough nerve to go home and explain the whole thing to Sapphire and her mama.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be quite an argument there, boy.
Oh, yeah. The Kingfish will tell his side, and then Sapphire will tell her side, and then Mama will step in and arbitrate the whole thing by hitting the Kingfish over the head with a vase.
Now, look, Sapphire, and listen, Mama, please don't holler at me. I've been through enough already.
Why, you crazy boo! Come across the country in a cattle car.
George Stevens, didn't I tell you to let me keep the money in the first place?
Yeah, I know, honey, but...
And when you found out the money wasn't in the hotel safe, why didn't you come to me?
Well, I was afraid of what you'd do.
Always doing the stupid thing. Always the stupid thing.
Well, you see, Sapphire, I knowed your mama here would send you the money to get back from Los Angeles, and I knowed you would wire as soon as you read my note.
I didn't have to wire Mama for money. I had all the money in Los Angeles I needed.
Yeah, well, how could you have money? Robbie Richards gypped all the money we had from me.
George, I wanted to take care of the money while we was in Los Angeles, so I had Robbie Richards to get it away from you. George, I had our money and tickets all the time.
No.
than one cream? What nonsense, says Ann Delafield, world-famous beauty authority. Now, there's all you need for scientific skin care in one single cream. The new Ann Delafield all-purpose deep cream, blended to her personal formula. And here's more news. Ann Delafield's all-purpose deep cream is just the beginning of a whole new line of scientifically formulated cosmetics. A beauty line that's vitamin-centered, because Ann Delafield believes that beauty begins within. So, ladies, look for the new Ann Delafield all-purpose deep cream and Ann Delafield's new makeup beauty aids. They're in golden packages at Rexall drugstores everywhere, the store with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to visit your friendly Rexall drugstore. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Women pine for men who go stag.
Go stag? You mean...
Exactly. Stag brushless shave cream. No fuss, no rub-in. Just smooth it on for quick, close, no-scrape shaving. Leaves your face feeling smooth and refreshed all day long. That's Stag brushless shave cream.
Hey, from now on, I go stag.
Yes, women pine for men who go stag.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Edgar Berg and Charlie McCarthy program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guests tonight, Mr. and Mrs. James Mason, yours truly, Toby Reed, Harry Lubin, the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, as we join the Burnses today, Gracie is just giving George a bit of thrilling news.
George, I just found out the most exciting thing. Guess who moved from England and lives right here in Beverly Hills?
Who?
James Mason.
No.
Yes, and his wife, or as they say in England, his old fruit.
Remember Mason in the Seventh Veil? Wasn't he great?
Oh, wonderful. And just think, now he's our neighbor. We're almost close enough to hear his wife scream.
Well, why should his wife scream?
Oh, it must hurt when he beats her with that cane.
Gracie, he only did that in the movie. In real life, James Mason is probably very kind and gentle.
Don't you dare say such mean things about him.
Mean things?
Kind and gentle. That's a fine way to talk about that magnificent monster.
I'm sorry I insulted him.
What a man. He's Humphrey Bogart with a broad A.
Sure.
You know, some girls dream of getting a husband who'll cover them with diamonds and mink. I'd rather have James Mason and be covered with Band-Aid.
You would?
Sure. Women love to be dominated. But in all the years we've been married, you've never struck me once. You're very selfish, George.
Yes, I'm a mess.
Yeah. Please try to act rough and rugged when the Masons get here. I'm going to invite them over for a visit.
Gracie, you can't do that. They're reserved English people, and they won't accept an invitation from a stranger.
Oh, my goodness, I feel like I know Mr. Mason. I've been using his jaws for years.
That's a different Mason who makes Mason jars.
But my father belongs to his lodge.
That's the Masonic Lodge, and it has nothing to do with James Mason. And while you're at it, you can also forget the Mason and Dixon line.
That I knew.
Well, good.
I've never seen Dixon, but Mason doesn't need a line.
Wow, yeah.
With those piercing black eyes and that cane, all he has to do is give you a look and a clap.
Tracy, for the last time, Mason is not that type of man. He's very soft-spoken and gentle. As a matter of fact, his hobby is raising cats.
You mean pussycats?
No, sandcats, Balaban's partner. He owns the Chicago Theater. Remember? We had trouble with our laundry? Yes. Now, forget about inviting the Masons over. We have absolutely nothing in common with them.
No?
No. They're British and we're Americans. They're in the movies, we're in radio. Their hobby is raising cats. Ours is raising a hooper. I hope.
So, their hobby is raising cats.
Sure, they've written a book. The Cats in Our Lives.
I see. Well, goodbye, dear.
Where are you going?
Out.
Just a minute, young lady. If you don't tell me where you're going, you're not leaving this house.
Oh, George, how thrilling. You ordered me not to leave the house. If you keep it up, you'll be just like James Mason.
Yeah, I'll go get my cane.
Yeah. So, dear, practice while I'm gone.
I'll practice.
Goodbye.
Yes, goodbye.
George has no imagination. So we need something in common with the Masons. So we'll have it.
Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm your neighbor, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Burns? I'm Mr. Mason, and this is my wife, Pamela.
How do you do?
I just stopped by to ask you if you've seen anything of a stray cat.
No. Did you lose one?
Yes, my husband has a rare and valuable collection, and one of them disappeared.
Really? It so happens that Mrs. Mason has quite a collection of cats.
You don't say.
Yes. In our family, my wife is the fancier.
Oh, I don't know. You're pretty cute yourself.
I meant she's an expert on cats.
Oh, you mean like my husband?
Yes. How many do you have, Mrs. Burns?
Oh, only one. That's all the husbands they allow in this country.
I believe she was asking about cats, not husbands.
Well, we had 15 when I left the house. Of course, there may be more when I get back. Yeah, our mother cat is very popular.
Is she expecting a litter?
No, her boyfriends can't write.
James.
Quiet. Have your cats ever been in a show?
Oh, yes, they love Mickey Mouse. They like your pictures too, Mr. Mason.
Pam?
What do you feed your cats?
Cheese.
Cheese?
Well, yes, they're too aristocratic to go looking for mice. And this way, the mice smell their breath and come looking for them.
James.
No, thank you, dear. I've had enough.
Mrs. Burns, we'd like very much to have a chat with your husband.
Oh, wonderful. Here's our address. Come right over.
Thank you. Now we can see for ourselves this wonderful collection of cats.
Oh, yes, the cats. Well, you better wait for about an hour or so. I don't think they're home right now.
I suppose your husband has taken them out for an airing.
Oh, I love that English accent. He doesn't take them out for an airing. They eat airing and halibut at home. We'll be expecting you.
Well, having told the Masons that her husband has a collection of cats, Gracie now has to produce them. So she has slipped a sardine into George's coat pocket
and has talked him into walking through an alley with her.
You see, I don't get it. Why walk through an alley? We've got sidewalks.
Oh, but this is so quiet and romantic.
Only you could think an alley is romantic.
Rita Hayworth thinks so, too.
That's a different kind of an alley. And another thing. Oh, go away, Kitty. Go away. Go away. And another thing. I keep smelling fish.
Oh, well, that's just the wind blowing in from the Pacific Ocean.
It's blowing the opposite direction.
Oh? Oh, well, then it's the wind from the Atlantic Ocean.
That's the other side of New York. We're in Los Angeles.
I know. Think how it must smell in Kansas City.
And in Altoona, too. Another cat following me.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Those darling little kitties like you.
Kitties? These are Skid Row tomcats. Coming at me from all directions. Shoot. Step.
Oh, be careful there. You know, I think that black one could throw you.
Let's head for home, but fast. He's broken.
There's someone at the front door, George. Will you answer it?
I can't get up. There are 10 cats on my lap. They're swarming all over me.
Oh, all right. I'll go to the door. Oh, how do you do, Mr. and Mrs. Mason? Come right in.
Thank you, Mrs. Burns.
We're so anxious to meet your husband.
Oh, you'll love him, Mrs. Mason. He's the same type as your husband. Beats me all the time.
What?
Your husband beats you?
Oh, he's so British. Well, step right this way. He's frolicking with his cat.
Yes, I see him in the chair. He looks very distinguished with that long black mustache.
Oh, no, one of the cats has his tail in his face again. But that's my husband and his famous collection of rare cats.
Really? A bit moth-eaten, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the cats love him anyway.
Where's the cat?
Oh, well, come on and meet George. Darling, look who's here, Mr. and Mrs. James Mason.
What?
How do you do, Mr. Burns?
How do you do?
By Jove, Mr. Burns, I've never seen cats so devoted to a man.
Yes, look, James. They're trying to stick their heads into his coat pocket.
Well, they're so shy in front of strangers.
Shoot. Get off of me. Get off.
There seems to be a curious mixture of breeds. Pam, what would you say that grey one is?
Well, it could be part Maltese, but it's difficult to tell. It's shedding its fur.
Well, yes, it's part Maltese and part striptease. Well, Mr. Mason, how do you like the collection? They're real cats, aren't they?
I'm trying to decide. Mr. Burns, your wife told us about your cat collection, but we never expected anything like this. You must have tamed these creatures with a chair and a whip.
Wait a minute. My wife told you I collected cats? Gracie, I want to speak to you in the next room.
Yes, dear. Excuse me, please.
Certainly.
Come on. Oh, stop. Stop hanging on to me. Get away. Get away.
Well, Pam, isn't that the oddest collection of cats you ever saw?
Yes, but they fit in nicely with the people.
Mrs. Burns is a bit eccentric, isn't she?
Quite.
Of course, you can't blame her. That cologne he uses would drive anyone nuts.
Yes. It must be called Evening on a Live Bait Boat.
Strange people, these Americans.
I Can't Give You Anything But Love, one of our really top American tunes. Why, back in 1928, when it was first introduced, folks bought more than 1 million copies. What's the secret of a hit tune? Well, it's not one, but many things. Melody, rhythm, harmony, and they must all be expertly combined. Now listen a moment. Here's another great song from 1928. It's still a top favorite today. But can you name it when you hear just this mellow harmony? Listen now when we add this lovely counter melody for richness. Well, you still need the vigorous rhythm. And now listen to this grand song as you've always enjoyed it, the final arrangement complete with the full-bodied melody. I'll Get By. Truly a great song, isn't it? Yes, and like all the wonderful music we hear and enjoy year after year, it's made up of not one, but many fine orchestral parts, all skillfully blended in a final, full, rich arrangement. And friends, it takes this same skill in blending to bring you the famous brand of coffee that most Americans drink and enjoy. Delicious Maxwell House coffee. Its flavor, rich, satisfying, good to the last drop flavor, that has made Maxwell House America's favorite brand of coffee. And to create this superb flavor, our Maxwell House experts combine not one, but many choice coffees from the highlands of Latin America. First, they select premium grades of Manizales coffees for mellowness. To these coffees, fine Medellins are added for richness. Next, other choice coffees are added to the Maxwell House blend for vigor. And then Bucaramanga's coffees contribute their fine, full body. This perfectly balanced Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed and roaster fresh.
It's a winning combination, friends, that's superb flavor plus wonderful value. For today, you can enjoy superb Maxwell House for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the lowest priced coffee sold.
So tomorrow, discover all the extra flavor that's yours in every cup of America's favorite brand of coffee, famous Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop. Well, George still doesn't know that Gracie slipped a sardine into his coat pocket so that his popularity with cats would impress the James Masons.
Oh, shoo. Get off of me. You back fence baritones.
No, George, please. The Masons are right in the next room.
Can't understand why these cats keep trying to stick their heads into my coat pocket. What in the world could be in there that, I see. What is this you put in my pocket?
Just a cigar, dear.
Oh, yeah? Well, I've looked at a lot of cigars. But this is the first one that looked back at me. Here, look at it.
Oh, how cute. A cigar with a mouth. It can blow out its own smoke.
Gracie, this is a sardine.
Really? Well, here, I'll light it for you.
You expect me to smoke this?
Why not? My brother Willie works in the cannery. He smokes fish all day.
So that's why these cats followed me. You stuck this fish in my pocket.
Well, darling, I wanted to make a good impression on James Mason and his wife. They're crazy about cats.
Well, fine. They can have these as a present. Come on. Excuse us for being so long, folks.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Mason, my husband has decided to give you his rare collection of cats.
What?
It's a gesture to welcome you to this country.
We should have stood in England.
That black one might be useful, James. You could hang your hat on its hip bone.
Yeah. Say, wait a minute. Look at that magnificent white person under the chair.
Oh, he's a splendid fellow. I didn't see him before.
I think he's been hiding from the others.
Mrs. Mason, if you like him, he's yours.
Oh, Mr. Burns, do you mean it?
Certainly.
Oh, I could just kiss you.
Well, you better not kiss my husband. If you do, I'll kiss your husband.
I didn't really mean it, Mrs. Burns.
No, come on, please kiss him.
I think you meant that.
I think we'd better be running along.
Yes, thank you again for this wonderful cat.
Oh, tell her, Mrs. Mason, or as you English say, goodbye.
I'll carry the cat outside for you.
Grandma, I have an idea. Let's call the cat George in honor of our favorite American entertainer.
Oh, you shouldn't do that.
Why not? That George Jester is a very clever chap.
Oh, yes, Jester, one of Edward's boys, yes.
Goodbye, and thanks again.
Goodbye.
Say, George, what were you three talking about out there?
Nothing, dear.
You know, Mrs. Mason certainly has a crush on you. I'm surprised she didn't take you home.
Oh, stop.
Oh, she started flirting with you the minute she walked into this house. I saw her give you the double wink.
The double wink?
Well, sure. She took one look at you and closed both eyes.
Yes, she adores me.
Hey, George, I just dropped by to tell you that you're in big trouble. One of the neighbors says you stole his white Persian tomcat.
Holy smoke. Followed me home, and I gave it to James Mason.
Well, then you better get it back. That's a valuable animal. That's the second most famous tomcat in town.
Second?
I'm the first.
Gosh, Bill, I'm ashamed to ask for that cat back. You do it for me.
Well, okay. Gee, I never thought the day had come when I'd say I wanted George Burns' puss.
Come on, I'll drive you over there. I've just got to get that cat back.
Well, Pam, how are you getting on with the new cat?
Oh, famously, darling. I've bathed him and brushed him, and he's simply beautiful. Aren't you, George? See, he already responds to his new name.
Strange that Burns should have one thoroughbred among all those mongrels. You know, I'll wager it was Mrs. Burns who collected all those battered old veterans.
Why should she do that?
Well, having acquired Mr. Burns, she wanted a matched set.
Would you answer the door, darling? I want to go out in the garden and have a romp with George.
Very well, dear.
Come along, boy.
Hiya, Jimmy. How's the boy?
I beg your pardon, have we met?
Well, no, but surely you recognize me. I do picture work.
I'm sorry, we have none to be framed.
No, I act in pictures. I'm the darling of the American screen. Haven't you seen these dimples, these blonde curls?
Don't tell me you're Mary Pickford.
I'm Bill Goodwin. But enough about me. Mr. Burns sent me over to ask you if you'd return that white Persian cat.
But that was a gift to Mrs. Mason, and she's become extremely fond of it.
Well, I'm sure she'll listen to reason. You British are such fine, generous people. You've always been so gracious and understanding. Oh. That's the basis of the wonderful relationship between our two countries. That traditional British love of fair play and good sportsmanship.
By Jove, I like the way you talk, Mr. Goodwin.
And every word comes straight from my heart.
Let's continue this discussion over a cup of tea.
Fine. Well, as I was saying, you British... Ooh. Tea! How dare you insult me like that? I drink nothing but Maxwell House coffee. Offering me tea. Can't you British take a hint? We dumped that stuff overboard 200 years ago. What are you trying to do, start another revolution?
Sorry.
You'll never talk this country out of Maxwell House coffee. It's America's favorite brand. A blend of choice Highland-grown Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection. And you want us to drink tea? You skinny Charles Lawton.
Calm down, Mr. Goodwin. I'm well aware of the merits of Maxwell House coffee. I think it's quite delicious and refreshing.
It's too late to butter up to me now. I'm going out among people who know that Maxwell House coffee is rich and mellow, good to the last drop. Goodbye.
Bill, where's the cat? What did Mason say?
Oh, George, I'm too mad to talk about it. I'm going over to the golf course and cool off.
Okay, I'll talk to you over there. I'll meet you on the first tee.
Tea! Take that! Oh. Goodbye, you traitor.
I wonder why he slugged me. I'm his boss. I give him a salary. Why, every week I pay him Maybe I better give him a raise.
Meanwhile, Gracie has learned that her husband was last seen at the Masons. Convinced that Mrs. Mason is trying to steal him, Gracie hurries over to get him back.
I'll get it, Pam. It may be that mad coffee merchant again. Oh, it's you, Mrs. Burns. Come in.
I've come to get George.
Oh, please don't. I've grown so fond of him.
Must you take him away?
Yes, I must.
Mrs. Burns, I appeal to you.
I certainly do, but I've come to get George.
Please let my wife keep him, Mrs. Burns.
You wouldn't object?
Not at all. If it makes Pam happy, I'll even let him sleep on the foot of our bed.
You English are broad-minded.
I'm sure James will be glad to pay you for him.
You want to buy him?
Yes, I'll give you $50. Why'd you hesitate, Mrs. Burns? Is he worth more?
No, the price is right, but I love him.
I don't blame you. He is adorable. He has such a shiny coat.
Well, if you think that's shiny, wait till you see his pants.
What a cute way to describe his little fuzzy legs.
You've seen those?
Certainly. When I gave him his bath.
You gave him a bath?
Yes.
Wow. Well, if he lets you do that, I've lost him. He's yours, Mrs. Mason.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, but be kind to him. Remember, he's getting old.
You'd never know it. He acts quite frisky around me.
Well, it's your first day together. He was frisky on our first day, too.
Any particular diet we should give him?
Oh, no. Just to help him to the table and put a napkin around his neck so he won't spill food on himself.
You think of him almost as a man, don't you?
Well, yes, and you must, too, no matter how people laugh.
Any other instructions?
Well, he's used to having a clean nightshirt every week.
He sleeps in a nightshirt?
Always.
Well, it's a sweet idea, but aren't they rather bunchy around the tail?
Not if you get them full. And, yes, always have plenty of cigars for him.
George smokes cigars?
A dozen a day.
He'd be a sensation in vaudeville.
No, you're wrong. He tried it. Well, I'll be going. Tell him goodbye for me.
Wouldn't you like to see him before you go? After his bath, he looks so cute and fluffy.
No, I'm going home. Just tell him he can stop by any time and pick up his golf clubs and toothbrush. Goodbye.
Did she say golf clubs and toothbrush?
Yes. Pam, we've really got ourselves a cat.
Oh, Gracie, I'm home.
Wow. Decided to come crawling home to me. Eh, Fluffy?
Fluffy?
My, aren't we nice and clean after our bath?
Fluffy?
I suppose you had a perfectly delightful afternoon. Enjoyed yourself.
Yeah, I did.
You did, eh? Well, I'm leaving.
Why is she mad at me? I'm her husband. Her partner. Every week I divide our salary. I give her... Maybe I'd better start splitting it even.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed.
Good night, everybody. We're a little late.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. And now stay tuned in for the Al Jolson Show, which follows immediately.